Hello? Oh, yeah, that's on. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Jamila, and I'm a campaigner at ICAN Australia. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the Nuclear Ban Forum today and to this special hub event where we will soon cross live to Australia and then later to Japan. It's very special to share this event with everyone today. I'd like to thank the team in Vienna for your commitment to making these accessible events which bring the voices of those most fluent in the harm of nuclear weapons to us in Vienna and the world via the live stream. We will soon begin in Australia, where we have a wonderful panel of speakers today, facilitated by Karina Lester. They will share their experiences of the devastating history of nuclear weapons testing in South Australia, and as well as their hopes for a nuclear-free future under the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And we are hopeful. In Australia, we have a new government. It's a government that is committed to tell the truth about injustices faced by First Nations people. And now Australia will observe the first meeting of states parties. It is an encouraging step forward that we hope is the first on the pathway towards signature and ratification.
I'm also glad to hear that Australia will come, and Netherlands and Belgium as well. And I feel like at this moment, why Japan doesn't? So we hope that they will come. So I am Hideo Asano, a member of Secretariat at Japan NGO Networks for Nuclear Weapons Abolition, and I will serve with her as a co-facilitator in this session.
Thank you, Hideo. Do you want to let us know about the Q&A?
Okay, so before we start the session, let me briefly give you some instructions. So as you might know, we are going to use app Slido for comment and Q&A session. Please download the app, or maybe you can Google it, and enter a code of Nuclear Ban Week. And once you enter the code, you can select the room of Vienna Hub. Then you can type your questions, or you can type your comments. So yeah, if you have any questions or comments, please use these apps.
Thanks, Hideo. So today in Port Augusta, community have gathered together to have discussions about the nuclear weapons testing and the ongoing legacy of nuclear harm in Australia. Of course, the bombs came via the British tests, beginning in Montebello in 1952, followed by a series of tests in Emu Field from 1953, and then in Maralinga from 1956. Since then, communities in South Australia have also faced the intrusion and destruction of uranium mining and the threat of nuclear waste dumps on First Nations land. Port Augusta has long been a hub of resistance led by First Nations people in response to all parts of the nuclear industry. So it's my absolute pleasure to pass over to Karina and our panellists today.
Good evening, everyone, and it's lovely to be joining you all here from Port Augusta, South Australia. We want to thank Vienna for this amazing opportunity for us to be coming in and crossing over to Vienna to hear our stories and South Australia's stories of our resistance against this and how these nuclear weapons have harmed us. So joining me this evening, I have Auntie Sue Coleman-Haseldine, her granddaughter Mia Haseldine, and myself, 3 generations of strong campaigners against this. There are 2 ambassadors of ICAN that are joining us, myself and Auntie Sue, who have done this work over the years, joining ICAN, and we are very grateful for this opportunity. I want to start by asking Auntie Sue if she could tell us a little bit about her story and her amazing work with ICAN. I'll hand it over to you, Auntie Sue.
Thank you, Karina. Hello, Vienna. I was over there with you in 2014. I did a speech there. Wish I was there with you today. My name is Sue Coleman-Haseldine. I'm a Guguza woman from the far west coast of South Australia. I was a child when the first atomic bombs at Maralinga were sent off. And I've been campaigning with ICAN now for a long time, been one of their ambassadors and proud to be so. I was so proud when we won the Nobel Peace Prize. That was a big win for the world, I think. We have been suffering over the years with different defects and different illnesses that were never used to be around before the atomic bombs were tested in our country. It's pretty hard to accept the fact that Australia will not ratify the treaty. I know Australia is at Vienna this time, and it would be good if they came home and told the government, we owe the people of Australia something. We owe them protection for the future. We need to ban all things nuclear. So I will pass you back to Karina now, I think, because I've said a lot of things over the years. I'll give the young ones a chance.
Thanks, Annie Sue. We're really grateful because, as I mentioned at the very beginning, there are 3 generations before you speaking from Port Augusta about our stories and how these weapons have impacted on us. And for generations as before us, we have campaigned strong against this. With hearing the stories of Annie Sue, and we know Annie Sue's story as a family, but also myself as a 2nd generation survivor as well. My late father, Yami Lester, was instrumental in the campaign, but also in the work of the Royal Commission into the British nuclear testing. He's a survivor of the Emu Fields tests that happened in October 1953. He spoke up very strong in the Royal Commission about how his people, Arnongo Jurda, from the Arnongo, Piljanjara and Yankunytjatjara lands, have been affected and impacted by the radiation fallout that happened over our Wallatina community. And this story is a global story, and we hear that with the many stories that we have shared over the years and hearing from many of survivors and people who have experienced this, that it's a very common story around this globe of how catastrophic these weapons really are. And it's that lived experience that we continue on generations to continue those stories and remind everybody of what happened to Aboriginal people here in South Australia. Emu Fields tests were the first mainland tests that happened.
Thanks, everyone. Just bear with us for 1 minute.
Sorry, everyone. We appear to have lost connection.
Closer to the railway line, creating that path of transportation as well. This is a real story that has impacted on Arnongo communities around South Australia. We hear through our own Arnongo history how this has impacted on our people, how many of our loved ones died from those tests that happened in the 50s and 60s, but also how our country has suffered a great deal as well. So it's really important as we continue on our work with ICAN to remind everyone of those stories of what happened in the 50s and in the 60s in South Australia's own backyard. These stories need to be continued on for generations to come to know exactly what happened to our people, for us to have our voice and know that our voice is surrounded by companions like all of you in Vienna who know the stories, who are there to share your stories and to hear our stories as well. We are grateful for this opportunity, and I want to bring in Mia. Well, can I hand it over to you, Mia, to share?
Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Nana, for that awesome intro. So my name is Mia Hazeldine. I'm a 29-year-old Googler woman from Ceduna. I'm the granddaughter of Sue, and everybody knows Nana Sue. She does so many campaigning, and she's done it since I was a little girl. I was attending meetings with her, and when I was a little girl attending, I never thought that I would be up here following in her footsteps and that I would have a personal story that links to this nuclear disaster. But here I am. So I've been born into this family who have had to fight. We've had to fight for so many things regarding our livelihood, regarding our Aboriginal culture. And an activist is not something that I thought I would ever have to call myself. When I was 16 years old, leaving school, I just thought I would go be a nurse, be a midwife. That was my goal. And instead of having a career that I wanted, or having, a home, a husband, or a simple, quiet, humble life, I am a single mum. I carry post-traumatic stress disorder, also known as PTSD. The PTSD I carry is caused from a genetic complication that meant my daughter developed tuber-shaped growths and tumours in her kidneys, her heart, and her brain, all whilst she was in utero. She was still in my stomach growing. There's no external factors that contributed to it, which means it was genetic, which means that our DNA has been mutated. Everything Nana fought for when I was a little girl, I had no idea it was going to lead to this. And she knew, she had a feeling, and it was right. And so now I'm here. There's not a day where I do not wonder how my life would be if she was still here with me. And I'm so glad and humbled that I can be here, a part of ICAN. And so today we're talking about prohibiting these nuclear weapons so that this can't keep happening. So I call on our Australian government and other countries, other governments, councils around Australia, I call on you all to prohibit the destruction and the trauma that these weapons leave behind. Not just for the people who were on the site or in close proximity, but to anyone who's been around a nuclear incident, because the bombings that happen here in Australia, they're not the only nuclear incidents, there are many. So educate yourselves, the information is out there. For all the following generations and all the unborn children, Australia needs to move, and so do other countries. We shouldn't have to fear another nuclear weapon being used on a country. I don't want another woman our Australian government should be contributing to research. They should be committing to understanding if there is genetic impacts on our people here in Australia. I don't know where to go with what I'm talking about. I wonder if my sisters or my sons, when they grow up, if they have children, is there going to be more of our babies that are born with tumours, and are they going to have to suffer the grief that, that is felt that I carry? My daughter would be 4 years old right now. And it has affected me immensely. It's affected my children and my family. We've all been affected by her loss. And I wonder if there are more stories out there like mine that they don't know that it could be from DNA mutations. There's always this thought that that's what it could be, and we don't know the the facts, because I feel like it needs to be researched and understood here in Australia. And that's what I asked for. And I know and I understand that security and defense is important in today's world. I get that, but I think nuclear is not the answer. And I will give back to you guys.
Thank you, Mia. I really appreciate it. And we can't help but be moved by those stories, because it is a generational story. And we all know, those of us that have been fighting this fight, it has been a generational story. The journey has filtered down generations to generations. And as I've mentioned before you, there are 3 generations here who continue the fight. Those who have come from lived experience of those British nuclear tests, whether it be at Emu Fields or whether it be down at Maralinga, those lived experience are very real experiences. We also are generations that are second generation survivors who have seen what these tests have taken away. Our fathers' eyesights, they have burnt the skins of our loved ones, of our grandmothers, of our grandfathers. They have taken away the lives of our loved ones. And we just heard Mia talk about the next generation and how they have been robbed their life to continue on and to know this story as well. And so it is an ongoing, painful story, but a story that we all must continue to remind governments of the day, to remind everybody the stories that happened and the horrors that happened to our people, what happened in South Australia, what happened across the globe, as governments have made choices to test, to use these weapons to do harm on our country, but also harm on our people. And we will know those stories. We all know those stories of Hiroshima, who firsthand experienced what these weapons can do. And these are moving stories, but we all need to continue to get those stories out to the broader community, to remind not only ourselves, but also the broader community of how these weapons have impacted on us. Anisu, if there was something we would say, if we were in Vienna, what would we want the world to know about these catastrophic weapons? And what would we want the government to know?
Firstly, I would like to acknowledge places like Japan, Kazakhstan, the Marshall Islands. Now, I've met people from those places that have suffered as we have. And, you know, you've really got my heart. I'd like the government to understand just what they're doing. It's not just, I've lived my life and I've lived through all this horrible poisonous stuff. I don't want to see my grandchildren and great-grandchildren carry it on, my children. So what I'd like to see is that we have to keep the past alive. We really do, so we can protect the future. Because if we're going to forget that past, they're going to do it again, and it's going to start all over again, and the future will be just nothing but a nuclear black cloud hanging over everybody. So please, Australia, sign and ratify the treaty, and let's all work together to get rid of this monstrous weapons of mass destruction.
Thank you, Anisu. I think that's really encouraging to hear, and it's a strong message, no doubt, coming out of Vienna as well, about other countries around this globe who may not have signed on and ratified this treaty, but the amazing work of ICAN, who have done years and years of work in developing this, and everyone who have been involved in pulling this treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons, and the articles that are there very strong for us all to work on. And Articles 6 and 7 are very important for us who are survivors and generational survivors of what happened here in Australia, and in our own backyard here in South Australia as well. One of the important messages from Port Augusta is really reminding everybody about what happened and the generations that have felt the impacts. I've spoken a little bit of language in this presentation this evening from Port to talk about how our mob, our Nagasaki, were not informed of those tests that were about to take place on their traditional lands. And language is front and centre in informing our own mob and bringing our own mob on our journey as we fight this fight. It's important for information to be in Bijanjara and Yankunytjatjara, for those languages to be valued, and also for Arnor to know of the impact it has on our bodies and our environment as well. It's important for Arnor to understand how these weapons are harmful and how important it is for us to get our stories out in our own language, in our Bijanjara and Yankunytjatjara language as well. It's important because consent was never given by our Nagasaki. At emu fields, government did not come and ask Arnor, Bijanjara, Yankunytjatjara if it was okay to test on their traditional lands. And so we were never informed, Arnor were never informed of what the government was deciding behind closed doors. This is a huge story that needs to be shared, that Arnor need to know about these harms because we've lived what these weapons have done to our family, and our oral stories that are passed on generations to generations are the stories of that lived experience. Our loved ones died, our loved ones suffered, and we are the generations that continue to share those stories, but also feel how it has impacted on the generations to come as well. Mia touched on research, and I think that's a real important area. And I'm hoping, Mia, I could ask you if you wanted to elaborate a little bit more around the research that is needed for us here in South Australia and where they tested on Nana's country, and what are those gaps that you would like to see more being done for the next generation?
I think genetic research there's like heaps of research, and there's heaps of scientists and doctors already studying DNA. So I think if we could somehow link those scientists or researchers into people that live on community, eat food from this community, like we still eat the bush tucker that's out there where fallout probably landed. So I mean, I think coming to community researchers and just talking, I guess, gathering stories. You have to gather information from us. You have to understand and hear our stories, create rapport so that we open up and tell you, like, there's probably other women who have stories similar to mine, but if they don't know that, you know, that fallout could have impacted genes or food or water in the area, then you can't make the connection, and you won't talk to someone about it, or you won't ask the questions. The only reason I asked the questions about my little girl is because my grandmother has been talking about this stuff for years, because a doctor talked to her about it years ago. So I know it because my grandmother tells me about it. And then it happening to me made me ask, where I probably wouldn't have asked if I didn't have any connection. And I think Australia should be committing to educating people so that they do ask the question, and that so their stories can be heard and their stories can be shared and heard, like, and actually helped. So I mean, if there is like people suffering with cancer that could be linked to the fallout, like, provide compensation, help. But compensation is not the biggest thing. I think we need healing, we need to be acknowledged that tests happened here. We need apologies. We need to be able to understand that we just need to be able to somehow heal through it. And I think, there's a long way to go, I think.
Absolutely. And it's so important as generations, and yourself being third generation survivor, to really continue on to talk about where those gaps are. You know, the research is such an important area because the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons focuses on those areas. the research and the support that is needed by communities is crucial. And we need governments of the day to really work with communities who have been impacted by this. Thank you both for sharing your painful stories over generations. As I mentioned, there are 3 generations here. Where do you find your hope and energy to keep doing this work despite such a heavy burden, you know, we all carry for you and your community? I'm going to ask you, Annie Sue, you know, where does that, you know, your energy to keep going and keep going? I know you did say we give it to the young people to hand and take on, but how do we continue on despite such heavy burdens?
There's been times when I just wanted to give up, and somehow I always stand up and say, no, you can't give up. You must keep going. You must help protect the young, the future generations, the animals, the world in general. And, you know, there's a message there. Just keep it going. And, you know, we really must put a stop to all things nuclear before nuclear puts a stop to the world. But that strength to keep going is coming from the fact that the future generations have got to survive. We need them. You know, like I said, I've lived my time. I'm old now, but Mia has followed through, and now she's stepping up, which we was hoping things like this wouldn't happen, you know, that we could all say, it's all fine, but it's not. Now, Mia's going to carry the fear that I carried all those years, and that was the fear of, did I pass down, you know, the mutated genes?
Yeah.
And yes, I did, because just in my own family, triple heart bypasses, thyroids, deformities, you know, that's just my own family. So how many other families out there worldwide who are suffering the same types of things, a bit scared to talk about the mutations, and just in case it might happen, and it did. But, you know, how many families out there are afraid and holding it inside of them, not bringing it out, for, you know, just afraid for their future generations?
Yeah.
Well, I'm one of them.
I've heard stories of, you know, women being born without reproductive organs. Like, I feel like we're going to start hearing stories like that from our own community, if, you know, and I think that really hurts, and that's really sad and scary.
Absolutely, absolutely. One of the messages coming from Port Augusta's gathering is that our stories and hopes are stronger than your weapons and fears. And I think that's really strong in what we've heard this evening as well, about keeping those stories alive and ongoing. I think it's important for us to find that hope and to find that energy to continue on, to share and keep these stories alive for generations to come. It is really important for us to continue on this work. It is a heavy burden, but with community behind us and community on board, community knowing our stories and feeling strong to share their stories, it's important for us to continue on to do that for our broader community, to bring greater awareness in our own broader community here in South Australia and Australia, but also across the world as well. It's so important to continue sharing those stories. What do you think is the most important to educate people about harms and ongoing needs? I'm going to ask you, Mia, that question about the most important education that's needed for people about the harms and ongoing needs within our communities and within our own, you know, Guga community or Arnongal community, you know.
I think understanding that the atomic testing was actually not that long ago, that like Nana was a little girl when she was around when it happened. So, I mean, it wasn't that long ago, and I think people my age probably don't really know that much about it, or they may have heard little things, whereas there's not this understanding of what it was, who brought it, why it came to Australia, how big it was, and how the fallout actually spread, and then how it has it still has implications today. There's so much land that is untouchable and prohibited because it's still radioactive. And then the fact that it passes through generations. And so people that could have been in close proximity, it's now passed through. So they may have passed on, whereas the implications from that testing is still carrying through now, even though the test happened so long ago. And the important education around that needs to be that we know that we're taught what kind of mutations we have to look out for, or how can we tell what the signs are and what the symptoms are if we have been affected or if it has come through our genes. I think we don't understand fully.
And more education is needed around those areas of how it has impacted and harmed us as women, because it's a known fact that women and children are impacted by this through that ionizing radiation, and how that filters through to the next generation, that we carry those to pass on to the next generation. They are big concerns, and education is no doubt, broad right across the communities. Absolutely. It's important to remind everybody of those lived experiences and what we've gone through, how our people suffered with autoimmune diseases. We need that better education, as Mia spoken about and shared with us today. The research is needed, and the treaty touches on that, and we need good research across our state of South Australia on the harms of nuclear testing, but also on the harms on our environment as well. We as Aboriginal people, Arnongo, Gugada, Anyamatna, Bijanjara, Yankunjara Joda, still hunt and gather on our traditional lands. We need to know this story. We need to know how these weapons testings in the 50s and 60s have impacted on those traditional lands that we still continue to use today. We want to know that information. So we're going to ask the Australian government to allow for that research to happen, for us to know more information on how our environment and how people have been impacted by these British nuclear tests that happened in the 50s and 60s. It's important to continue those stories, as heavy burden it is on us and our community. It's crucial for us to continue on sharing those stories. It's important to educate the broader community as well, not only our own Arnongo community, talking up in our own language, Bijanjara Yankunjara language, but also the wider community of knowing how their state and our community has been impacted by this as well. If I've asked you, Anisu, before about the last message to the Australian government was to get them to sign and ratify this treaty.
Absolutely.
And that's important from the Gugada community.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We're excited to know that Australia is being represented over there in Vienna. We are grateful that they and this government today have taken that initiative to send somebody over to hear our stories and to hear the stories of civil society, how this has impacted on our lives and on generations and generations. And this evening, we've got 3 generations before as well. So, Mia, I'll hand it over.
Knowing that we have an Australian senator over there, I want to specifically say, if you can commit to putting toxic waste here in our ground, then you should be committing to the research and the impacts that have already happened here in regards to nuclear. I think that's just a duh moment. Like, commit and help and fix what has happened before you do it again with something related to nuclear as well. Yeah.
We've got a question that I want to hand over to you, Anisu, because it's asking about how much do people in Australia know about the harm that happened in their own country? Do you think the education is getting out there to our community?
Look, it's still getting out there. They do not know. They do not understand. There are so many people that don't understand that radiation is not prejudice. It doesn't care whether you're black, white, brindle. They don't know. And the government has kept the Maralinga and Emu Fields and Montebello so secret that there's a lot of people that hadn't even heard of it still. And that's very wrong, because all those people were impacted. They know nothing. There's cancers and everything is starting to hit really bad, heart attacks in young people, 30-year-olds. All this sort of stuff is happening, and people are saying, why? How come this is going on? They do not know the impacts of what happened, what's, the possible causes of it, like the radiation fallout, and they do not understand about the genes being mutated down the line. They do not know. And it's very important that somehow we get the word out Australia-wide, because I'm keeping it going with my family, and it needs to get out Australia-wide and let them all know that the whole lot of us are impacted.
Absolutely. I think that's very important for us to be very educated around the harms of nuclear weapons and how it has impacted not only in our own families, but also the broader community and what's happened in our own country as well. One last final one is just finding out, and it's a question I might hand over to you, Mia, about funds for research, providing funds for research with communities about the ongoing impacts and how to support families like yourself who have been affected by this as well. Should the government be responsible and support families like yourselves to research it?
Definitely. Yeah, they need to research. I've said that, but they also need to, I think, put supports in community so that education is happening within the community and that it's understandable. So, like you talk about the Pitjara lands, it needs to be in your language where you are, but it needs to be understandable in our community, back in Ceduna, Port Lincoln, wherever you are. Like it needs to be understood in the community that it's at. But also, I think, so my little girl, her grave doesn't have a headstone. That's something really physical that they could be helping support if it is to do. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that those things are important from us as a family who have gone through this experience. Something as simple as that is important for our healing process.
Because we're all in remote communities, If we have to travel to get appointments in Adelaide or at the closest city, then, travel assistance could be also paid for.
I've got a question here around, do you think the change in government in Australia will have an impact on how your stories are listened to now that we have a new government? I'll ask you, Annie Sue.
We can hope. We can hope that the government will now listen, because the past governments have not listened. They didn't want to know. But we can hope that the new government will listen and talk to the people and try and do things like what Mia's just suggested to help out. We are remote. And if we need to travel to Adelaide for medical reasons, we need help. We don't very often get that. Financially, we don't have it.
I think our government, I think there are way too many powerful senators and Aboriginal people stepping up and having strong voices that I think our government don't really have a choice. They're going to have to listen and act.
I agree. Absolutely, Mia. I think it's really important. There is hope that a new government like, Albanese and his team, we have an Indigenous Minister for Indigenous Affairs as well. We're hoping that we can be sitting at the table and having these conversations with you as well, that we are actually being part and involved in those conversations, because it's our stories that have driven the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons. It is our lived experience and our stories that have really worked hard on this campaign that's been around for over a decade now, with the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons. It is time that government do sit down and listen with us, who are survivors of what has happened over decades as well.
Our government should feel proud that a stance like prohibiting nuclear weapons, like no one in the world wants a nuclear weapon to land on them. So, I mean, this is amazing, and Australia should be proud that this is where it came from, and they should be supporting it 100%.
Absolutely. What are the risks with so many nuclear weapons still in the world? You know, we know, and we all know, that there are 9 nuke nations across this globe who still play and spend quite large amounts of money into developing these nuclear weapons. What are the risks with so many nuclear weapons still in the world, Anisu?
You only need one person to go ahead and decide that they want to rule the world. And a nuclear weapon could be set off. But, you know, like if that happens, what are they going to rule? There'll be nothing there. It'll be all destroyed because the nuclear weapon has hit it. You know, that they should just stop, think of their own people, think of their own children and their next generations, not just now. Stop and think about the future and just say, right, we don't need it. Stop. You know, everybody sign, get rid of it. Just stop.
If we all stand together and it is ratified, there is no fear. We can't fear the people that do own it.
Yeah.
Or are threatening to use it.
Yeah, well, I don't fear them anyway because I just don't.
I think there's a lot of hard yards ahead of us for those of us that are involved in this work. The treaty, it will take time for the Australian government to work through what it needs to work through. We encourage the Australian government to invite us survivors of these tests that happened in our own country to sit around and be part of the solution as well. And I think we can all work together to make this world a safer place because, as ICAN has always said, nuclear weapons could be the end of us humans and society. So amazing work that has happened over the decades now is the education around what these nuclear weapons could possibly do to us as a human race as well. The Nuclear Ban Treaty sets out the obligations for victim assistance. What do you feel is the most necessary for your communities going forward? I'm going to ask you that, Anisu, because you've been around, you've spoken up strong about this. It looks at the obligations for victim assistance. What do you feel is the most necessary for your community in the Gugada community?
The distance where our community is from the major hospitals, so assistance, if our mob gets sick, assistance to get them to the specialists in Adelaide. And we are, you know, almost 1,000 kilometres away from the nearest major hospital in Adelaide. And we need help to be able to, when we leave home, we have to pay for every little thing we eat or drink, plus a motel room, you know, we've got to pay the whole way. We need assistance. Maybe there can be some assistance to get the people over for the treatments they need and then back home again, not just get them over and leave them in the city, which happens. They need to bring them back home again, but yeah.
Research as well is huge within those areas where victims have been impacted as well. And I think it's really important for that to continue on, getting that research to understand how this has impacted on our communities, but also how those who have suffered from this are to get that assistance. And remoteness is a huge issue for us and those who live in remote communities in South Australia. We need the support to be able to get that.
Thanks, everyone. Just bear with us while we reconnect there to Port Augusta. Yeah, it's really incredible to hear from these strong First Nations women coming out of Australia and telling their stories about the impacts that nuclear weapons have had on their communities and continue to have on their lives on the daily basis. I think it's really important to take this into consideration as we move into the next few days. Turning moving stories into movements and finding ways to find healing through action and through the discussions of those positive obligations over the next few days over the meeting of states parties. Hideo, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I feel like their voices were so moving and so powerful as well. And I think, they reminded me of the fact that, even if nuclear weapons are not used in the form of nuclear wars, still, they have made people suffer. So in this sense, I think, nuclear deterrence system or something like this doesn't, protect people. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a really good point. And I feel like, we hear from the impacts and the ongoing harms that people are experiencing and the trauma, that this is a very real situation that has, there hasn't been any war fought in this instance. So, people's lives and whole communities and populations are still being impacted. So, I think that's a really good point, Hideo. Let's just see if there is any hope. Please.
Actually, in 2021, last year, we held an event called World Nuclear Survivor Forum 2021, and actually by inviting them as a speaker as well. And, I feel like it's important to connect with, a lot of, nuclear, survivors. And actually, we have some pamphlet over there. So if you are interested in, what happened in the event and, if you're interested in, just feel free to take them. And we still have some questions.
Yeah, there's a few questions here that have come through. I'll just have a look. But I'll also just let people know that you might have seen on the table with folks there that there was this beautiful flowers, which is the desert pea, which is a beautiful flower that flowers through the central desert of Australia. And we have some stickers out the front that you can grab, which have this message that's come from community that says, "Our stories and hopes are stronger than your weapons and fears." So please feel free to take this with you and go through as well. So take it through the conference and into your activism. I think we're back. One moment. Good timing. Almost. Okay. Maybe we've got you. Karina, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful.
We had a question around our worries and concerns about plans for nuclear submarines that are being planned and possibly built here in South Australia. I was going to ask Annie Sue if you could share your thoughts on this.
Nuclear submarines, I think really nuclear enough. We don't need you. We don't need your submarines. We just don't need nuclear. Please go away if that's possible. But no, I know there's plans to build nuclear submarines in South Australia. Go and ask the people that live next to these places that's going to build them. How's the uranium or the nuclear going to get to the submarines? To what they're going to be nuclear powered? Where is it going to come from? How's it going to travel to them? What's the nuclear highways? What's the dangers of any kind of accident to the people? And don't forget the animals that are on the sides of the road as well. Where's the danger? There's got to be danger somewhere.
We've got to ask the question if they're really necessary as well for submarines to be built.
Is it necessary?
Here in South Australia as well. Do you think there should be a way for Indigenous peoples to express support for the treaty independent of settler states? And what do you think that would look like, Annie Sue?
settler state means the other Australians, right? The Indigenous people would support the treaty. Here in Port Augusta today, we've had quite a lot of people come along to our earlier meeting, and they all are showing support about banning nuclear weapons. And we can go ahead without the settler states. We don't need them. If they don't want to support no nukes, they can stay behind in their silly little world while we all move forward into a brighter nuclear-free future.
Indigenous peoples need to be around in the discussions and have those conversations, and we need to be sitting around the tables. If we are talking treaty, then we need to be involved in those conversations. I want to wrap up this evening from Port Augusta on one question. We've gathered together as family and friends and family who have travelled far. What did you hear in the community meeting this afternoon? What have been some of the strong messages you've heard from those who have joined us today?
Well, I reckon I could honestly say, join the treaty. We do not want nuclear. Mia?
I have felt this legacy of great grandmothers to our present, and then my babies. So just this whole legacy that is carried through, I feel really proud that I'm coming through strong women, that went before me. Yeah, I think that's been amazing, and that they have fought so strong back then, and yeah, that the fight is still going, that you guys, everything that my great grandmothers all fought for and spoke about and tried to educate their younger ones about, it's been amazing, and it's still going through, and that their fight was worth it.
Absolutely. Australia sign and ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Thank you, Vienna, for this opportunity. It's been an honour coming live and supporting us.
Wow, thank you. So great to hear from everyone there in Australia and come in from Port Augusta. And yeah, such a huge reminder of the shared stories that we do share across borders, across nations, across waters. So I'm very glad to have been able to facilitate and be part of this, and just want to extend thanks again from Vienna to Karina for facilitating that session, and to Anisu and Mia and all of you for sharing your stories. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all from Australia. So from now on, we're going to move on to Japan. But before that, I would like to have one announcement for you. So for Japanese session, we would like to welcome only comments, but not a question. Please feel free to give us a comment through Slido. Thank you. So maybe we are ready. So we'd like to welcome Sumiko Hatakeyama in Nagasaki to lead live stream Japan session. Sumiko, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear us, everybody?
Yes, we can hear you. So the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. All right. Good morning, I guess, everybody. Warm greetings from Japan. My name is Sumiko. I'm a staff member at Peace Boat in Japan. As you can see, and as some of you may recognize, I'm in Nagasaki at the Peace Park near the Hypocenter, where the atomic bomb was dropped 77 years ago on August 9th, 1945. With the two bombs that were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, more than 210,000 lives were lost. And for those who survived, the atomic bombing was the beginning of the long suffering. Suffering has been experienced in all forms: short-term, long-term, physical, psychological. Some have been more visible, some have been less visible. In this session from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we'll be highlighting two cases, one each from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, of the kinds of suffering experienced by the atomic bomb survivors that have not previously given enough attention. from Hiroshima, there will be a testimony by Hiroe Kawashimo and Yoshio Nagaoka, Association of Atomic Bomb Microcephaly Sufferers and Their Families. A Hiroshima Hibakusha, Toshiko Tanaka, will also share her message. From Nagasaki, we'll have a testimony by Chiyoko Iwanaga and Takeo Hamada, who experienced the atomic bombing but have never been officially recognized as a Hibakusha, atomic bombing survivor. From Nagasaki, Hibakusha Koichi Kawano and Tamashi Honda will also speak. Now, before we connect with Hiroshima, please watch a short video put together by a Hiroshima Kinokokai, an atomic bomb microcephaly sufferers and their families.
This is Nobuko Ogusa.
すごい突然始まりま
She
した
was
ね。
born
びっく
with
り
a
しちゃった。
deformity of her right foot.
指の中に骨はある。
ない。
あ、指に骨はない。
ない。
In 1945, atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nobuko's mother was in Hiroshima at the time of the bombing, and Nobuko was exposed to radiation while in her mother's womb. Atomic bomb microcephaly. It is a condition caused by in utero exposure to high levels of radiation as a fetus. Characterized by smaller than normal head size, babies born with this condition suffer from intellectual and physical disabilities. There is no cure. When Nobuko was 20, she was diagnosed with the mental capacity of a 7-year-old.
ごめんください。
ちょっと待てよ。
え？
片付ける。
うわ。
おいまだやってない。
やってない。
いやずーっと忙しかった。
When her father passed, leaving her all by herself, Nobuko was constantly searching for things in her home. She passed away at 67 from health problems, including liver function disorder and breast cancer.
原爆症候症の人たちはですね、母親の体内で被爆したことによって重い障害を負ったわけです。知的障害、身体障害をですね。でも生まれてくる前の赤ん坊に何の罪もないそういう人たちにそういうことを課すというのはすごく罪が重いことではないかと私は思っています。
This is Shinichi Nakai. He was exposed to radiation in utero at a distance of 700 meters from the hypocenter.
いつも洗い物をしてるんですか？
そう、しんちゃん言葉出さなきゃ。そうって。はいって。
はい。
When he was 44, he was diagnosed with the mental capacity of a 3-year-old. He currently lives together with his sister, who is 5 years younger than him.
自分の名前も中井っていうのは分かるんですけれども、C1っていうのは言えないし、あともちろん生年月日も言えないし、住所も電話番号も言えないんですね。読み書きもできないので、バスに乗ったり交通機関に乗ったりっていうのはできないですね。
At age 1, he developed eye cancer. As a result of the surgery, he lost his right eye.
被爆しなければ、原爆に遭わなければ、兄はね、また家族を持ってね、それで子供たちに囲まれながら生活していたんじゃないかなって思ったりすることはやっぱりちょこちょこありますよね。
原爆症と症のこと、家族の苦しみを二度と繰り返してはいけません。核兵器は人類を破壊します。私たちキノコ会は願いはただ一つ、核兵器の廃絶です。
Hibakusha with microcephaly were exposed to radiation from nuclear weapons before they were even born. Their very existence speaks volumes about the absolute cruelty of nuclear weapons.
Hello everyone, my name is Tomoko Watanabe. Hello everyone, my name is Tomoko Watanabe. I was born and raised in Hiroshima. I'm a second generation Hibakusha. I'm standing here today in front of the Atomic Dome with many citizens of Hiroshima. We are here to convey our messages to the world from this Avon city. Our first two participants are from Kinoko Kai, Chairman Yoshio Nagaoka and Ms. Hiroe Kawashimo. First, Mr. Nagaoka, please.
核兵器は単に巨大な威力を持つだけの爆弾ではありません。
Nuclear weapons are not just weapons of mass destruction.
人間の細胞を遺伝子レベルで傷つける悪魔の兵器です。
They are devil's weapons that injure people at the genetic level in human cells.
母親と胎児をも傷つける核兵器のある世界に人類の未来はありません。
Humans have no future with such nuclear weapons that injure mothers as well as unborn babies.
共に核兵器の廃絶に向けて頑張りましょう。
Let us join our hands to abolish them.
Thank you, Mr. Nagaoka. 長岡さん、今お手持ちのこのパンフレットについてご説明していただけますか。
May I ask you what this pamphlet is about?
はい。ご存知のようにこれは原爆ドームです。
As you know, this is a picture of the A-bomb dome.
その裏面に QR コードがついております。
And when you flip it over, you can see a QR code.
これを読み取っていただくことによってキノコ会の動画が流れますので、ぜひご覧ください。
When you read this QR code, you can watch the same video we just ran about Kinoko Kai. So please try.
このパンフレットはウィーンで皆さんのお手元に届いていますよね。
はい、そうです。
So the pamphlet has been delivered to Vienna to many people over there, right?
はい、そうです。たくさんの方にご覧になっていただきたいと思っています。
I do hope many people will take a look about this pamphlet.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
Next, we will speak to Ms. Kawashimo. Helping us is Ms. Naoko Koizumi. We have asked her to explain more about Ms. Kawashimo and translate for us.
Ms. Kawashimo has no sight in her right eye and cannot hear with her right ear. She suffers from intellectual impairment and is now under treatment for thyroid abnormalities and cerebral tumor. Translation follows after Kawashimo-san answers. 渡辺さんお願いします。
川島さん、いつもは何をしておられますか？
詩を書いています。
Kawashima-san, what do you do usually? I draw pictures and write poems.
どんな思いでこの絵をお描きになりましたか？
戦争は怖いので嫌です。
When you drew this picture, what were you thinking? War is frightening. I hate war.
ひろえさん、絵の上にひろえさんのお描きになった詩が書いてありますね。はい。私がお読みしてよろしいですか？
はい。
はい、じゃあ読みますね。
お願いします。
はい。原爆ドームにやっと光が届く。母子草の花も咲いている。この小さな花たちの命を消さないでね、ひろえ。
So you have written a poem on this paper of a picture. So let me read the poem. Light finally shines on the Avon dome. The small hahakokusa, mother and child grass, is also blooming. Please do not blow away the lives of these small flowers. Hiroe.
本当に素敵な詩ですね。
Wonderful poem.
今ですね、ひろえさん、ひろえさんの様子はね、ウィーンの皆さんがご覧になってます。見えますか？はい。ぜひウィーンの皆様にね、何か一言お願いをいたします。
はい。戦争というものがこの世の中からなくなってほしいと思うんです。それを世界の人に聞いてほしいです。
So people in Vienna are watching us. So what would you like to say to people there? I don't want any war in this world. I want to say no war to people around the world.
Thank you, Ms. Kawashimo and Ms. Koizumi. Finally, I would like to ask Ms. Toshiko Tanaka to offer a message from Hiroshima on behalf of all those gathered here today.
We have just heard some messages from Hinokokai. I am also a hibakusha, a survivor of the atomic bomb. Today, the entire world is being threatened by the countries that have nuclear weapons. They frighten us. Our thoughts become frozen, and peace seems to be far away. But whatever difficulties we may face, I join my young friends and continue calling for a world without nuclear weapons. I hope this meeting of the state parties to the TPNW will give us new input and energy, so we can move forward. My young friends, I believe you will carry on our messages and deliver olive branches of peace to every corner of the world. Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Tanaka Toshiko-san, and thank you so much, キノコ会の皆様、ありがとうございました。どうぞこちらの方にお気をつけてゆっくり。We are here, gathered in front of the atomic bomb. All the Hiroshima citizens call for nuclear free world.
そういうことですか。ちょっと突っかかっちゃった。
広島音声入りますか
？And thank you everyone for kind attention. Back to Sumiko.
Thank you so much, Tomoko-san, and thank you everybody for those in Hiroshima. So here I'm still at the Nagasaki Peace Park, but over there you probably see a building. That's the Nagasaki Atomic Bomb Survivors Council. And in the building, actually, There are many people who have gathered to send their messages to Vienna. So I will soon pass the camera and microphone to those in the building. But before I pass the microphone to some of the people there, I would like you to watch another short video featuring the experience of two hibaku taikensha who experienced atomic bombing and have suffered from the after effects of the bombing, but nonetheless have not been recognized officially as atomic bomb survivors or hibakusha. So please watch the video now.
もうその時は晴天で非常に天気も良くてね素晴らしい天気やったんですけどもそれで飛行機の音が聞こえたんでねブーンって言ったで間もなくですねすぐピカッとしてそれでドーンと落ちた音が鮮明に聞こえてですねそれでしばらくしてからもう空が暗くなってきてですね真っ黒になって。
Under the Japanese national legislation, a person has to meet at least one of the 4 requirements to get the atomic bomb survivor's certificate. Under one of the 4 requirements, a person has to be in the areas defined by the national government when an atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima or Nagasaki. But the problem is the borderlines of the areas were largely drawn along the lines of administrative districts or streams, so there are no scientific grounds on the definition of the areas. Next, you will be listening to the stories of 2 hibakusha who were highly likely to have been exposed to nuclear fallouts. Nevertheless, the Japanese government has refused to issue the certificate to them.
なんとなくね歯茎から血が出るとかね串がね歯にこう髪の毛がなんかくっついてくるなってそれが原爆と関係あるかなんかそれは私よく分かりませんけど
黒い煙とかいうそういう燃えかすとか黒いものがどんどんたくさん落ちてきたとそれをもう道路でも何でも畑もね田んぼそういうのももう何センチも積もったと思うんですね当時だからやっぱ子供心にその時は原爆がどうのこうのとか全然そういうことは知りませんから分かりません。
なんかこう体きついなっていうようなことはひょっとしたら原爆のせいかなとうっすらとこうなんとなくねこうなんか不安だったんですよ。それでね手帳申請の用紙をもらいに行ったんですよ。師匠の女性の方がね受付で「これは難しかったですよ」って後ろ見て言ったんですよ。でどういうふうに難しいのか何も説明ない。でこっちも意欲的にどんなふうに書くんですかとか何とかと聞かないで難しいんだなっていうことだけなんですよね。そして市役所とも掛け合ってやってきたんですけどもう2点3点するじゃないですか。5回検討委員会すると言っても検討して私たちが救われる道筋ができるのかというと違うんですよ。逆だったんですよ。そういうことが繰り返されたのでこれはもうね司法しかないと思ったんです私はね。もう司法しかないと。50歳の男性とお母さんと来たんですようちにね。そしてそのお母さんって言えばね煙がたったとこば岩永さん私絶対歩いたとって言うんですよ。でね地裁まででよかけん仲間に入れてくれって言うんですよ。でじゃあねマスコミの人に聞いてもらおうって言ったらねいやそれも絶対せんでって言うんです。それはねなんかご主人の亡くなってご主人の親族が近くにいるからいやって言うんですよ。埋もれた人がねいっぱいいるんですよっていうことが分かってきた。自分もですね自分たちのことだけ 自分のことだけと思ってたんですけど、そうじゃないというのが分かった。これはね絶対にねやっぱり被爆の影響はあると。
まあ我々裁判をずっとしてきててですね、最初395人で裁判をしたんですね。それで東京まで行って敗訴しまして、そしてもうみんな仲間がたくさん、もう100人以上死んどるんですね。当時から裁判に語っとった人たち。
原告者ですよ。そしてね結局白血病なんですよ。点滴を打ちながらね、私すごい涙がね、小さな声でね手を握ってね「今永さん頑張ってね」って言うんですよ。そのね悲痛なね、自分は原爆の影響じゃないかと思ってるわけですよ。原爆の影響だと私言ってやりたい。そして私の病気は、ね、原爆のせいって。
我々被爆体験者って言うけども、被爆体験者ということはね、被爆者だということと一緒だと思うんですね。体験したんじゃなくて、被爆者なのに体験者に勝手に、そういう名前つけてもらってね、それであなたたちは被爆者じゃありませんということで非常に悔しいですね。
真実はねなくなっていった。この人たちの悲痛な叫びですよ。これが真実。私もねあと何年か分かりませんけど、内部被爆があると後世にも続くと、内部被爆の脅威は決しておろそかにするなということを、こういうチャンスをね作っていただいて本当皆さんに感謝します。ありがとうございます。すいません、ごめんなさい。
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me? 皆さんどうぞ。Okay, we are speaking from Nagasaki, and we are now in a conference room. Nagasaki atomic bombs suffers. Okay, thank you very much for giving us such an opportunity to join this wonderful gathering. Okay, so I would like to have remarks from two Hibakusha, and the first Hibakusha is Mr. Koichi Kawano, and he is from the next European Union of Nagasaki Hibakusha. Yeah.
あの日、5歳の私は遠くから聞こえてくる東京に気づき、家を探していました。気がつくと、10メートルの離れたところに倒れています。家の防空壕に移り、しばらくすると、祖母が大声で、子供は奥に、と叫びました。男、こんなかわからない。手を前に差し出し、髪も皮膚も焼けたで、 それぞれと幽霊の行列が通っていったというのです。それを高台から見た長崎の街が真っ赤に燃えていました。
I was a 5 years old boy in 1945. When I was near my house on that day, I heard the sound of an airplane flying far away. As I tried to find it in the sky, I fainted. When I regained my consciousness, I found myself lying about 10 meters away. Then I moved to an air raid shelter in my house. After a while, my grandmother shouted, "Kids, go inside." According to her, a group of people who could not be recognized, whether they were men or women, walked through like a ghost, holding their arms straight in front of them and with burnt hair and skin. When I saw the city of Nagasaki from the hill in that night, the whole city blazed red hot.
長崎に投下された原爆のエネルギーは、高知の火薬に換算すると21キロトンと推定されます。小さな太陽、大火球が作られ、熱線は3000度から4000度、1キロメートルのところで約1800度と言われます。爆風は爆心地から1キロメートルのところで秒速170メートルに達しました。
It is estimated that the energy released from the Nagasaki bomb is equivalent to that of 21 kilotons of TNT high explosives. It was as if a small sound was made. Heat ray is said to have reached from 3,000 to 4,000 degrees centigrade in the hypocenter, and about 1,800 degrees centigrade 1 kilometers away from the hypocenter. The speed of blast wind was as fast as 170 meters per second 1 kilometers away from the hypocenter. The most dreadful element of the atomic bomb is radiation.
原爆の最も恐ろしいのは放射能。火を追うごとに軽症や無傷の人は爆心地から同心円を描いて死んでいき、死の同心円と言われます。この一発の原子爆弾により、長崎では15万人の人が死傷し、77年経った今もなお、その子供や孫、被爆2世、3世を含め、多くの人が遅れた死に怯え苦しんでいます。
The most dreadful element of the atomic bomb is radiation. Day by day, people who had been only lightly injured or with no injury passed away one by one. Some called this a concentric circles of death. Only one atomic bomb killed or injured as many as 150,000 people in Nagasaki. Even now, 77 years after the bombing, a lot of people, including the second or third generation Hibakusha, are fearful of belated death.
地球人類が生き延びるためには核兵器の廃絶しかありません。世界の全ての人に訴えます。No more war, no more 被爆者、no more 核兵器。ありがとうございます。
Humankind can survive only by eliminating nuclear weapons. That is why I wish to make the following pledge. No more war, no more Hibakusha, no more nuclear weapons. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Mr. Kawano. And the next speaker is Mr. Takashi Honda, and he is from a group of the war bereaved in Nagasaki.
昨年1月22日、国連で世界51カ国の参加により、我々が切望していた核兵器禁止条約が批准されました。今まで核兵器は非人道的兵器であると世界に向け訴えてきた努力が報われたものと思っていましたが、核兵器の残忍さと破壊力を経験した 日本をはじめ核保有国はこの条約には参加をしていません。しかし私たちは世界の平和と核兵器廃絶を目指す者にとってここで運動をやめるわけにいきません。継続は力なりと言われています。
On January 22nd, 2021, the long-awaited treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons entered into force, with 51 countries having ratified the treaty. Having maintained that nuclear weapon was inhumane, I felt our continuous effort was finally rewarded. Yet, neither nuclear weapon states nor Japan, that experienced brutal and destructive force of nuclear weapon, have participated in the treaty. But we cannot stop here. We long for world peace and the elimination of nuclear weapons. It is often said, slow but steady wins the race.
2月のロシアのウクライナ侵攻に伴い、プーチン大統領は核兵器を使用することをほのめかす発言もあり、世界の人々が核兵器廃絶に踏み出そうとしているとき、水を差すような発言が見られます。しかし、私たちは一人一人が忍耐強く力を合わせて、広島、長崎を地球最後の被爆地となるよう、力を合わせて努力していきます。山口千治さんの言葉を借り、ノーモア広島、ノーモア長崎、ノーモア王、ノーモア被爆者、この言葉を信条として世界平和と核兵器廃絶を訴え続けていきます。
While we are moving towards the elimination of nuclear weapons, some others interrupt our efforts, as it's seen in President Putin's nuclear blackmail after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February. But we are still patiently strive to make our collective efforts to let Nagasaki be the last city to have experienced the atomic bombing. Finally, let me cite the words of Senji Yamaguchi. No more Hiroshima, no more Nagasaki, no more war, no more hibakusha. Having these words in mind, we will continue to make our pledge to realize world peace and eliminate nuclear weapons. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kawano-san and Honda-san. Okay, in the final part of our presentation from Nagasaki, I would like you to listen to the final message from Hibakusha. His name is Sumiteru Taniguchi. He is a famous atomic bomb survivor. He was only 16 years old boy when the bomb was dropped here in Nagasaki. Unfortunately, he passed away only a few months after the adoption of the nuclear ban treaty. So you will be listening to his final message to you.
今後小さいね、核兵器持ってない国がね、持ってる国をね、包囲して、一番早くね、その核兵器なく努力をね、してもらうようにしてもらいたいと。そうしなければね、一応話が決まってもね、何も役に立たないということでね、それは私被爆者がね、もし一人もね、残らなくなった時に、その時にね、どんな形でやっていくのか、それが一番怖い。
All right. I guess I can take the camera back here to the Nagasaki Peace Park. All right. We have about 10 minutes left. As Asano-san said in the beginning, I don't think we can take quite many questions because many of the questions will be difficult ones to answer for the hibakusha. And I don't think they can be answered in a few minutes. But still, if you have any, burning questions, please feel free to ask. As well as, we would also love to receive any comments, messages I can read out, and so that people here in Nagasaki and Hiroshima can receive your messages. Now, next to me, we have Chiyoko Iwanaga, and I think you saw her message in the video. If I can take a moment to ask her to give a few words, that'd be wonderful. Iwanaga さん、もし今世界とつながっていて、We are connected to Vienna。で、世界中からやっぱり核兵器廃絶だったり平和を願う市民の人たちが集まっていて、この後、核兵器禁止条約の締約国会議で、いろんな国の代表団に向けて働きかけていく市民のリーダーたちなんですけれども、その人たちにメッセージをお願いします。There in Vienna, there are many civil society leaders who will be speaking to government representatives in the TPNW meeting of state parties in the coming days. Do you have any message to the people?
私たち被爆者ですね。私たちは、長崎の被爆者は、被爆体験者、被爆者ではなくて被爆体験者という、制度上ですね、そういうふうになっているんですけれども、一言で言うと、私たちのね、人間の使命に対する脅威だと思うんですよね。人間の使命ってのは何だろうかっていうと、それは人間が人間を愛するという原点を忘れた行為、命に対する脅威を与えているということが、戦争であり、原爆であり、核でありということが言えるんじゃないでしょうか。今のウクライナの問題にしても、プーチンさんにしても、本当にプーチンさんは本当に幸せなんだろうかって思うことがあります。
はい。We here at Nagasaki, so we are 被爆体験者. We have never been officially recognized as atomic bomb survivors on the system. But what I can say is that nuclear weapons are a threat to humanity, human destiny. What I mean by that is that nuclear weapons threaten our ability to love each other, our capability to, love ourselves, love yourselves. And I think that's what war does, what nuclear weapons do. So I think what's happening in Ukraine right now, what Putin is doing is unacceptable. And I would actually like to ask him, are you happy seeing right now this situation?
今ウクライナ侵攻ですね。これはあってはならないことですけれども、私たち個人もね、個人も、家庭内においてもですよ、小さいことであっても、やっぱりそこに愛がなければ平和はないと思います。と言って、私たちは全く人格的に優れていると、被害者だけれども、例えば私高齢者ですけれども、私も加害者である。そして被害者でもある。ということは、みんな人間は弱いんだということを自覚する。だから共存共栄をしていきましょうよ。地球の資源も、経済も、文化も、すべて共有して、例えば、アフガニスタンの中村医師ですね。アフガニス水路を作った中村医師は、自分のすべてをかけて、アフガニスタンの水路を作っていった。人間はそういうこともできるんです。どこまでも命を与えるほどの仕業もできる。かといって、奪い合う、侵略するということもするんですよね。だから常にやっぱりそこに人間としての使命を自覚するということが 平和の原点ではないかなと私は思います。
So seeing what's going on in Ukraine, of course it's painful, it's unacceptable, but at the same time, we have to think at the individual level too, what we can do to maintain peace as person. And we are always reminded that often we are victims, but we are also, we harm people too. So it's not that, someone is a totally good person and someone is a totally bad person. We have both sides in ourselves. So we have to remind ourselves that we have those two sides in ourselves. And that's how we can support each other, that's how we can coexist. And as we know, the earth has limited resources. Things are not limitless. So we have to take care of each other and we have to love each other. And I know that some of the people, I know a very famous medical doctor who passed away recently, who has made great efforts in Afghanistan helping people's lives. So I know that people can help others' lives. At the same time, people can take some other people's lives. So all I want to say really is that, let's remind ourselves of humanity. Let's, remind ourselves that what we ought to do is to love each other.
私たち長崎は被爆者ではなくて被爆体験者と制度上そういうふうになっていますが、被爆体験者だけじゃなくて、私はね、言葉では埋もれた人って言うんですけれども、当時、爆心地から5キロ、4キロのところで被爆しても、親と一緒に被爆してたんですけれども、強制疎開っていうのがあったんですね。焼夷弾がボンボン落ちてきて、学校全体の子供を移動させるということが行われました。で、母親と一緒に被爆し、8月9日は夏休みですから、被爆したのにも、母親がね、被爆者になるための、申請書っていう書類に、書かないといけないんですね。そこの書類の中に子供の名前を書いてない。どうしてかというと、大人になってから将来結婚させられない。その時風評被害としては、原爆にあった人はうつる、伝染病のように考えられていましたね。で、私もちょっと関西の方にいましたが、言いませんでした、若い時ですね。それで、男の子も女の子もですよ。親たちは自分の名前を書いても、子供の名前を書いてない。で、強制疎開させられた人、それから、証人がいない。父親と一緒に弟を探しに、杖を持ってね、探しに行った。死体をひっくり返して、川を覗き込んで探したけれども、自分たちを見たという保証人がいない。保証人は2人いないと被爆手帳が取れないんです
ね。We here in Nagasaki, we have many hibaku taikensha, those who have experienced the atomic bombing but never been officially acknowledged as hibakusha. And those people, I think of them as people who've been covered by the system. And, people who were 5 kilometers away, 4 kilometers away, they were never recognized as hibakusha. And there are many practical reasons too. Mothers that didn't register their children as hibakusha because they didn't want their children to go through discrimination, for example. Or there are many cases where people thought hibakusha are contagious. So, identifying themselves as hibakusha was something that people tried not to do. Also, oftentimes it was very, very difficult to prove that you were at a certain place at the time of the atomic bombing. So there are also problems of who can prove the fact that you were there at the time of the atomic bombing. 番組終わったので、あと一言二言で締めましょうか。
被爆体験者はですね、不合理な制度の中に今も生きてますけれど、今回の7月のですね、広島高裁で内部被爆があると。 黒い雨が打たれようが打たれまいが、内部被爆があるということで、広島の84人の人たちは手帳が取れるようになりましたね。で、私たちは広島よりも被害は大です。プルトニウム、ウランよりも 1.4 倍。そして距離も広島よりも近いです。広島は19キロ。長崎は半径12キロ圏内でも認められてない。というそういう不合理なことがあるんですけれども、私は政府に対して間違ってるでしょうとか、抗議とか、何ですか、そういう感情的なものではない。そういうことにエネルギーを費やさないで頑張りましょうと、みんなに励ましてますね。
ありがとうございます。So I've lived through myself, through my life, living in this unreasonable system, so to say. You know, systems define who are to be victims. And recently in July in Hiroshima, 84 people were newly recognized as hibakusha because the Supreme Court recognized internal radiation exposure as something that has had real impact on people. So if that could be the case, I think here in Nagasaki too, we want to keep having hope here because we had plutonium bomb, which was in a way more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. We were closer. Some of our people were closer than those who were recognized in Hiroshima. So it's not that, I want to keep protesting the government, but, I want to move forward with this fight. はい。本当にどうもありがとうございます。言いたいことがね。Yes, of course, she has so much more she wants to say and so many things she wants to tell the world. And it's a pity that the time is limited. 時間がね、ちょっと限られてるのは本当に申し訳ないんですけど。Thank you very much, those in Vienna, for having us today. These were very powerful voices from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In the current global security environment, their voices emphasizing the inevitability of nuclear weapons programs, for example, or highlighting the efficacy of nuclear deterrence. We also see some countries embarking on active modernization and expansion of nuclear arsenal. The wish from Hiroshima and Nagasaki is one, a total elimination of nuclear weapons. Please know that the damage caused by nuclear weapons are irreversible and indisputably inhumane, as you saw today. And even after 77 years, people continue to fight against these after effects. So the only way to ensure this suffering is never repeated again is to remove nuclear weapons altogether. And we know, and you know, that we can do it. Thank you so very much for listening to the voices from Hiroshima and Nagasaki today. And good luck with the remaining of the ICAN Nuclear Ban Forum. And please do best at the meeting of member states these coming days. Thank you so much, and with love and peace from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 最後手振りましょうか。
All right. Thank you so much, everyone from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So their experiences was so important, but not well recognized and listened internationally. So it was so significant that we can share their experiences. So how about that?
Yes, I think I can speak on behalf of us in Australia to say that we feel very honoured to share the stage today with Hibakusha and our friends in Japan. And really the message feels very clear. It feels like we cannot delay, we can't wait a minute longer before banning and eliminating these nuclear weapons everywhere. From listening to all the stories, we know that the impacts of weapons, whether they're being tested or used in war, they don't adhere to state borders or parameters around Hiroshima administrative districts or the Woomera prohibited area. So we need to broaden our idea of what it means to be a survivor and impacted communities. And I think that this is a really important message that is coming from the forum over the last few days into the meeting of states parties. And I think that we should all be calling on people to not stop until we can figure out the next way forward to ensure that the states that are attending the meeting of states parties, that are observing, and the ones that are staying home are fully participating and working towards the nuclear ban. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Okay, just last instruction. As instructed in the live stream, so there's some handouts from Kinoko Kai, the Association of Atomic Bomb Microcephaly Sufferers and their families, and you can get them over there. So when you leave, please take them.
Thank you, and make sure you stay around for the next session, which is on challenging nuclearism and addressing climate change. So that one will start at 12 o'clock, and thank you again, everyone, for joining us here in Vienna.
Thank you very much for coming.
be treated. Secondly, we have been asking for an epidemiological study for more than 30 years. Even though the state recognized that nuclear tests had consequences, today France doesn't recognize that we are sick because of radiation. And also, with this study, we would like to know how much longer the generation will be sick because of nuclear tests. Thirdly, we want the recognition of our sick children as victims of nuclear power, because for the moment, the compensation only concerns people born before 1998. And fourthly, the French state doesn't pay for all this radio-induced disease. Indeed, it's us, my people, who support the heavy cost of the health fund for an amount that reaches billions of euros. In conclusion, I want also to denounce the fact that there is always a manipulation of information by the French authorities to minimize the consequences of the test, both on the health and environmental levels. Today, these are all the points that push me to continue the fight, a fight that must be done beyond the borders of the Pacific to be really heard. Sorry. And I want to thank ICAN International, ICAN France, and thank you so much to all of the people that sharing stories since yesterday. During this forum, I really feel to be part of a community. Our countries are far from each other, but we have a common terrible history, and finally we have the same issues today. I think it's important now for us to get closer and work together, figure it out, how can we help each other. Unity is strength, and that is what I wish for all of us during this forum. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now I'm introducing my friends, Nyambi for climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ina. It was wonderful listening to you. My name is Nyombi Morris, and I'm a youth activist from Uganda, one of the countries that is full of weapons on every street, wherever you move, because now they are using it as a way of safeguarding, protecting what they have accumulated in polluting. Some of the things in my country actually is gifted with minerals, so many European countries always come with a lot of money, billions of money, just to invest in our country because they expect a lot. You can't tell me we have graphite, we have gold, we have oil, and this is one of the reasons why in my country, when you move on the street, you can't fail to find people with guns because that's how we are protected. But for things concerning climate change, we believe as activists that there's no climate justice without racial justice. There's no climate justice without gender equality. There's no climate justice without access to education, without access to clean water. And today, whenever conflicts break out, one of the biggest challenges you receive is diseases, because these communities cannot come back to normal. Always the health sector is the one that is affected because drugs cannot be transported from one place to another due to the conflicts that always take place. You can see this peak. You can see the future of this kid. This kid, she's just maybe 1 year or 6 months. But the way you see the environment, how do you expect that kid to survive? This was a war that brought this to light. And the parents, as you can see, that's why they can get what to eat, how to cook, but ask yourself, where is water? Because as activists, we are also pushing for clean water. But whenever there is a breakout in wars, always there are things that are hard to access. In Libya, there was a time where everyone wanted to visit that country. But today, I don't think anyone has ever dreamed of going back there. Why? It is not because the president was killed. It is because their natural resources were destroyed completely due to weapons. The toxic chemicals that is being released whenever weapons are released in the atmosphere, always they target natural resources, they target humans. And today you can see that trees are unable to grow. People are no longer actually studying, like students who used to go to school, schools were destroyed. The same thing is going to happen to Ukraine because now schools are under attack. They have bombed all the buildings. So we are looking for the way of building back better, but we cannot build back better when we can't resolve our conflicts within us. So it has gone beyond we thinking about money, but also coming back to think about how are we going to live after the war. Before you start launching nuclear disarmament everywhere, make sure at least you know what are the consequences that might happen after you have released them. Because building back better, actually, in Africa, it is so hard. We don't own any bank. Even Bank of Africa has to apply for grants from World Bank to get the money. Not like here, whereby when there is flooding, you guys can recover, build back your infrastructures, and return to normal. But for us, these are damage that are generational. So today, we are pushing so hard to see that all conflicts are resolved within the buildings like here. If we can come together and sit and discuss on what matters, we will stop conflicts and also the resolutions will come to an end. One of the biggest things that is happening in Africa today is malnourished and street kids. The number of street kids in Africa is increasing, but have you ever wondered where do these kids come from? Most of the kids actually are for soldiers, because when they go into wars, they rape women. They rape young girls. This has been reported several times in my country, because my country has been trying to lie to the public that they are protecting some forests in Congo, whereby they go for gold. So in return, they report a lot of cases concerning rape. But we believe that there's no climate justice without gender equality. And also, we need to make sure that we educate our soldiers to be responsible, that when they go to wars, okay, when they go to fight for us or keep peace, they shouldn't be focusing on ladies on how to use their bodies, because that is not the right thing. This starts with us going back to school and implement education that matters to our community, actually. It is beyond science to understand that when I go for a certain, or when I go for protection, for guarding somewhere, I need to protect myself, but not also use other people's body to stay alive. That is not right. As activists, we have been pushing for a future generation that understands that pollution is bad, that understands that chemicals that are always released in the atmosphere have to be removed by all means. So we call organizations and world leaders that believe that we are elected by people, not the money they are targeting, to come back and clean up their mess. Because these weapons, whatever they have created, is so hard for us. I want to show you something. So here, as you can see, this is Africa, actually. This pic is just 6 years old. Sorry, it's not new. But you can see how water has gone. That sometimes people have to spend their entire night just waiting for water. This has been caused by the poor planning from our governments. Because whenever something happens, we are hit badly because we are not prepared. We are not prepared for any war, but they keep happening. They keep happening. And our leaders are earning, actually, because whenever something happens for them, they get some good money. But look at this. These people need wells, but they can't find them because no one is ready, actually, to say, you know what, let me come to Africa and do something for them. It's not that they can't find water. It's that they can't receive enough investment to build new wells. So water crisis is one of the issues we activists we are fighting for, and we need to make sure that these people have access to clean water, not just this water, because it's not clean. It's not clean. You can see the environment is already down. Even trees are no longer growing because the pollution we continue to release in the atmosphere can't allow even trees to grow. It can't allow even people to survive, like to live a normal life. I'm worried because one thing I expect in return is whenever these toxic chemicals are released, some end up in oceans, others in atmosphere that melts again and come back in water. So I don't know how many of you or anyone who is ready for another pandemic. This is going to be a skin pandemic, whereby the water we are taking in is going to start causing harm to our body. Because this is a pollution. Where do you think it is ending? It is ending in lakes and rivers, and this is where we get our water. So be ready for a new pandemic, and that is the skin pandemic. Actually, it will start from Africa this time, so I'm sure about that. This is what I mean. The poverty. These people sometimes, you ask where are they heading. You always see borders are closed, actually mostly in Africa, like in Nigeria. They always like to go to Spain, they always close, they always kill them when they are crossing the borders. But what happened to their country? Does it mean they don't like their countries? But the wars in their countries are not making it so easy for them to access jobs. Imagine you have been a teacher and your school is destroyed. What next? You have lost your employment. You don't have a next move, but you have family that need money. So you have to close and go to another country. This is how we end up evacuating when we don't know where we are heading. So as activists, we believe that there's no climate justice without racial justice. The people that have been affected by these wars need to be compensated because they have been calm for some good time. They need compensation. Thank you. Before we head to questions and answers, sorry, it is hot, I don't know why. So before we head to questions and answers, I would like to introduce to you a 1.5-degree piece. This is a trailer featuring a documentary which was released by my friend, is around here, and it's going to be playing it for you. Thank you.
Peace and climate justice are more connected than we realize. I'm Kasia Sequoia Slavner. I'm a Gen Z documentary filmmaker and a peace and climate activist from Toronto, Canada. I've been feeling so much anxiety about climate change. Uncertain, frustrated that people are making decisions for our generation without taking our future realities into consideration. We're still struggling to achieve racial justice, peace, gender equality, and now more than ever, climate justice.
The next generation is watching what we do. There is such a thing as being too late.
A code red for humanity, released today by the United Nations, paints a grim picture for our future unless we take action now.
So I decided to look into some of the root causes, and I learned just how much military industries are contributing to environmental destruction. This is kind of missing from the climate conversation, but it needs to be a part of the conversation. I'm on a mission to show just how closely connected peace and climate justice are.
Wars, a lot of militarization are taking away budgets, but are also putting a lot of carbon emissions in the air.
Through stories of youth making positive change.
Campaigning for climate justice is one that can be very, very tiring, very, very fast because of how slow world leaders are acting.
Movements of all kinds are pretty much single issue. They're siloed.
Peace and climate in our minds is sometimes hard to put them together. But it's so important for those two values to align.
And if that means merging issues, then we have to do it.
Unless we address these two issues together, our future is in danger. Youth around the world are living with the reality of the climate crisis and the reality of conflicts in their communities.
Those who are already exposed to violence and war are those who are also most vulnerable to the extreme weather events.
Peace is not possible in a world that is disrupted by climate change.
As the climate crisis continues and heightens, the risk of war and violence heightens.
Climate change and nuclear weapons, we have to deal with them together.
And stop both clocks ticking towards our extinction. How can we turn our anxiety about these existential threats into bold action that holds leaders accountable? How can we find hope?
The climate crisis isn't just about carbon dioxide emissions, it's about people.
What if people were as well trained in waging peace as soldiers are in waging war?
We need a peace movement to accommodate everyone because everyone's life is at stake.
A community led by the most marginalized sectors of society, fueled by this love for peace and love for the planet.
Take small steps, baby steps. The ripple effect will be very dramatic. Each one of us is powerful beyond measure.
It's my hope that these stories of courageous action ease our personal and collective anxiety, igniting us to stand together and catalyzing a unified intergenerational peace movement for the survival of our planet and all living beings. Unless we do something, we're in deep shit.
So thank you so much. As the conclusion was, we need to take action and we need to come together as one. And I think that's the reason why we are here. So the floor is now open for questions before we conclude. Yes? Voice? Let them wait for Mike. You write the questions.
I don't see. There's no question on.
Now wait.
So thank you very much. So we know that indigenous groups in parts of Africa and obviously in the Pacific have a bank of traditional indigenous knowledge about the climate patterns of their regions and more recently about the effects of climate change and mitigating the impact of that. So could you perhaps comment on the relationship between militarism, colonialism, destruction caused by nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction, and the erasure of traditional indigenous knowledge on climate change?
Can you repeat the last words? Magnolism, colonialism, and
sort of the destruction caused by nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction, and the relationship between this and the erasure of traditional indigenous knowledge on climate change.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you so much. It's been very interesting to hear you speak. I really liked the part where you said that there can be no climate justice without gender equality. And I wondered if you could elaborate a bit about especially African women's place in the climate movement and in the peace movement.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I can go with that. Okay, so we have two questions. First, I'll start with yours. As I said, as activists, we believe there's no climate justice without gender equality. One, because whenever there is some impact, let's say flooding and landslides, when it occurs, it is the women that remain with the burden. You get men always disappear and leave women alone to suffer with the kids. So sometimes, even if you are 20 years and you happen to receive some challenge, like maybe devastating impact that have washed away your house or your family's home, it is you to find your exit, like you find where to stay. Sometimes you are forced to go into marriage at a very young age. Today, for me, even if I'm 30, they can call me a youth. But for you, when you have a kid, or 1 or 2, even if you are still in 20 or 25, they will call you adult. They will call you women, you know? Because they value you mostly when you have a kid, they respect you, but they put you on another rank, which is not the equality we want. Because whenever they put you up, there are some missing stages you miss, like opportunities, because they say you are adult, you can't be in this conference, you can't fit here, you know? That's the equality where it comes from, that we cannot balance mostly when it comes to women. Also, whenever schools get destroyed or whenever there's some attacks, always the cases we receive are on women or on girls because they don't know how to run. They can't run away from these conflicts. The only thing they can do maybe to isolate, which is making them to grow up when they are traumatized, you know. So sometimes the challenge is on who receives the highest impact when some things occur, like wars, conflicts, devastating impacts like flooding and landslides. That's where our question comes from. Can we have climate justice without gender equality? No, we can't, because we need to make sure that even girls and women are inclusive in our fight. The second question is, we talked about the colonialism, how the marginalized community know about climate change. Is that what you meant? Do they have the knowledge about climate change and how they are? Yes.
And sort of.
Oh, okay, how they are interlinked, right?
Sorry? No, it's for both of them. But sort of like the, I guess, silencing of your voices at the hands of sort of like international organizations that are really stuck in this kind of colonial mindset. I was wondering if you could just comment.
Yeah, actually, on things concerning colonialism, because today, like Uganda was colonized, actually, everything is under UK, even the dress code, everything. So let's talk about our minerals. Let's say we have graphite. It was discovered recently in northern Uganda, and it is UK that was given the 21-year license, life license to start mining. So we have no choice because they own almost everything on us. So sometimes we can't say anything even when we are feeling that we are impacted by what will happen after. So that's where the colonialism comes from, because they own us even when they say we have president. We have to first ask from them, what next?
I already have the microphone, so I think I'll post the next question and then give it to you. Or yes, no. I have a question on a comment. So first, thank you for sharing, and also as it's quite personal, I just wanted to acknowledge that, as I guess that's not always easy. Kind of referring to the question that was posed before with including the perspectives of African women, but also what was said in the video, that we can't have a world of peace without achieving climate justice. And what I, as an activist myself, find so hard, especially being based in a global north country, but as a marginalized activist, is that we have, for example, a peace movement that is very white. We have a climate movement that is very white and racist. So bringing all of these topics together, but then being marginalized yourself, it's always like hard. So if you could elaborate on how maybe you do this within movements, but also how can we show true solidarity without having this kind of like, I kind of want to go into the direction of oppression Olympics. So often if you say, okay, we want to challenge the climate crisis, but then people, especially in global north countries, are like, oh, but then we can't talk about peace or racism. This is like another topic. I don't know if that was clear.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. Actually, we can't separate the two. We cannot separate the two topics. They have to move together. In Europe, you guys have peace movement, which is not possible in Africa because we receive a lot of threats, and also our leaders are all corrupted, so we fear to be arrested. But that doesn't stop the peace movement to grow. What we need from you is to frontline our voices, give us chance. At least you know women who are on frontline. Bring them, let them share their ideas, because me, I'm a man or a boy, I can't represent women. That's why I can only talk about what I know about them, but they need full representation in such conferences like this. But that will only happen if you take time to follow up on what we do, because we work with them all over. So a climate movement is growing, and what we have done is to give them chance. As you can see, in every stage we have activists who are women in different sectors. That's what we have done so far. We always strike with them on street. We stand with them everywhere where possible. But also we need organizations that are easy to access, that are not exclusive to gender, because we have realized that some organizations prefer working with men than women. And some African women are not educated, like, so this, oh, I can't, not connected. There's a lady I showed you was carrying a kid. That lady, I don't think she has a mindset or she has some knowledge of applying for grants in case she needs some support. In the end, you end up not giving her support because the language she used to apply for grants was not worth it for you to read and understand what she meant, even when she needs help. So we need organizations that are ready to support girls and women, but also simplify the language when applying for this support. Organizations are there, but the limitation, even the requirements that are put in place are not so easy for young women or women who are not educated enough. So uniting the movement, we cannot divide the movement that this is white and this is black. No, we have to make sure that in your movement you have to recruit some black or some activists from Africa to be part of your technical team, to be part of the organizing team. That's how we make sure that the unity is visible. And with time, maybe the racism stuff will start to disappear, because when you be with me for some good time, you realize that I'm normal like you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Nazia Nouri from Afghanistan. And thank you so much for sharing all these data from your region or country. Actually, Afghanistan is going through the same situation, and especially now when the crisis is going on. I'm here in this forum, and I'm looking that people are like talking about the climate action and about the nuclear weapons and everything. But in my country, people are struggling for their basic rights. So what actually, I'm just not making any question. I'm just like giving a hint to the people who are like sitting here. That what do you think? What can we do for the people who are like struggling for their basic rights and they are totally unaware or what's going on in the other part of the country or other part of the world, like this forum? So is this the time that we collectively take an action as a youth, as a new generation, that we just not just focus on the very big topics, but we can just consider all those people who are in the other world, corner of the world, struggling for other things, which is like very basic, and you people all have it, but they are still struggling for that. Thank you so much.
I wanted to ask you a question about the French Polynesia situation and the French government, because as I understand it, there's not recognition of culpability, and they haven't recognized the harm that they've done with these tests on the area, and whether there's any effort or even a possibility of that happening. In the US, there is an act which does award compensation to people who are some victims of some of the atomic tests. Is that something you're working towards for the French government to do in a legal way, in passing laws, in government? Where are things at with that?
There already something for compensation, but it's really hard for us because we have to prove that we are sick because of that, because of nuclear tests. And it was very interesting for me to be here since yesterday and to hear everybody's stories, like Kazakhstan or people from Nevada, Pacific Islanders like Marshall Island, Bikini Island, and to see that we had the common story, but today we have the same issues. And in my country, everybody do not, how can I say, think like me today. Many people, they think that nuclear is from the past. And today we are sick. Some of political people in French Polynesia that are very close to French state, that are corrupt. They say that we Tahitians are sick because we eat too much fish, some stuff like that. So I'm so grateful to be here and to see that I'm not stupid to think that my leukemia has been caused by a nuclear test, because I can see that in Hiroshima, Nagasaki, they have the same problem. So today, since even if in the French Constitution we are not a colony, in fact, it's still the same. So right now there are some politics who are trying to make us independent and maybe make us Tahiti more powerful to speak to other nations. And it's why I'm here to like ask for help us, because today we're still like the colony of the French people, and I like to say that it's not fair that it's the French state who decides what they will give us or if we are victim. It's like someone punch you, and the one who punched you will decide how much he will pay you. It's not fair. And today there's still so many people that are afraid to speak. And there's still many threatened, I don't know how to say. Plein de menaces. On a toujours un peu, voilà, c'est ça. Pardon. I don't know if I had answered your question, sorry.
Thank you very much. My name is Roy Mizaiga. I am also a climate activist. I am really very happy because ICAN did his best to bring together climate activists from Africa. Nyombi is a friend. We are climate activists. Now 3 years we were talking online. We are doing online activists. This is my first time to meet Nyombi, and I am really very happy. So I want to add something about the connection between colonialism and climate change and nuclear weapons. I know everyone here knows the story about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but you don't know where comes the uranium that built the bomb to destroy those cities. The bomb was from Congo, my country, but I think everyone doesn't know about that. But also, what I can say, our forest, our environment is being destroyed because of minerals of Congo, you know? Right now, there is a war in my country because of minerals. And the mineral is being used in developed countries. Right now, if you arrive in my country, there is nothing. It is always a corporation from developed country that are getting profit from our minerals. But for us, we're still poor. I think everyone here has a smartphone, you have computers, but you don't know where the minerals come from. The minerals in your computer, in your iPhone and everything, it is coltan from Congo. But right now, my country, nothing. You know, this is colonialism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for elaborating that, because even in my country, there are 2 countries that are already exploiting us. There is France, and we pushed so hard last month to see that at least the President Malcolm speak about the project that is happening. East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline is happening already, and this is sponsored by Total. So we have been pushing so hard to see that at least President Malcolm says something about it, but he keeps on ignoring us. So there are a lot of projects that are happening. As I said, even UK, one of the UK organization called Braincow Resources was granted a 21-year license, so they are starting their exploitation in 2023 from January. So it is a life license. We don't know how long it will take for them to cancel the license, but for the first, it will be 21 years. So you can see how much power you have on us, because we can't say anything. Even here, they might ask me, why are you talking about that? So let me conclude by saying we need everyone in the fight. We are here to unite, to share stories, and also to take action. All we need is a better environment and a peaceful world. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. We'll start the next session.
So this is you? Yeah.
Please come to the front, take a seat. This session is called Impunity Hides Behind Nuclear Weapons. We got two fantastic speakers that you might have already seen. I think this is you're the only two who will participate in two panels on this weekend. Terrell Starr from Black Diplomats podcast and Pavel from UNIDIR from Geneva. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. All right. Thank you all. I hope you all are doing well. Well, how are you doing? I hope you're okay. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And so I just, you all know who I am, but the man of the hour is this man right here, Pavel. So listen, we have one of the top-notch experts on nuclear arms and conventional arms who understands the Russian military quite well. So we are very honored to have his expertise here, and where I'm just going to basically pick his brain to talk about the war in Ukraine, but particularly how Russian President Vladimir Putin's threat of tactical nukes, and we're going to get an understanding of what tactical nukes are, right? These kind of technical things that only people who kind of deal with this stuff would understand. And so we'll leave with a better understanding of what the implications are for the work that we do, right? Which is the ultimate ban of these weapons. But we need to understand the politics of this first to really get a realistic view of how we're going to see our future. So, Pavel, you know, first, before I even get into all this stuff, how are you doing? I'm good, thanks. Yeah. Okay, excellent, excellent. And so I thought we were going to get a little bit more of an introduction of yourself. So just give me like 30 seconds, and I didn't have a bio of you. So just like 30 seconds about what you do, who you are.
Well, I'm a physicist by my real education. I graduated from Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology back more than 30 years ago now. And I've been working on things related to security and technical issues in international security and arms control and disarmament since then. I've done some work on Russian, Soviet and Russian nuclear forces. We had a project that published a book, Russian Strategic Nuclear Forces, some time ago now. And I've been trying to follow these developments ever since. And so that's my take.
There you go. And so at the end, we're going to have about 15 minutes or so Q&A. And so make sure you keep your questions. There are going to be some coming from online. Then I'll make sure I get some questions here in the audience. Keep your questions succinct. Don't sell me your book, your mixtape, or anything like that. Just give me direct questions so we can get as many people's questions answered as possible. And that includes people who, well, you can just write your questions and I can edit that however I want. Okay, good. So, Pavel, clearly, you know, this war, this invasion that Putin started in Ukraine has changed a lot of calculus about Russia's nuclear posture, its position when it comes to nuclear arms treaties. I mean, New Start, that's the top of it, but you know, we're also here to talk about the treaty on the proliferation of nuclear weapons, et cetera. So just how has this war changed things in general in regards to you know, Russia's nuclear posture? Just to start there.
Well, I think it's, if we're speaking specifically about the Russian nuclear posture in the sense that which weapons are deployed and where they are deployed and things like that,
yes.
I don't think that has changed very much. And in fact, what we have is that Russia has a number of so-called strategic weapons, about 1,200 warheads.
Explain strategic weapons.
Yeah, that's so. Yeah. These are strategic weapons. These are weapons that are deployed on intercontinental ballistic missiles or on ballistic missiles on strategic submarines. So these are weapons, about 1,200 of those. They are strategic in the sense that they are there to threaten the territory of the United States, basically. And in the case of a strategic nuclear exchange, the full-scale exchange. Other weapons are non-strategic, or it's a little bit more complicated than that. But you could think of them as non-strategic in two senses. One is that most of them are not limited by the START Treaty, New START Treaty, which is about strategic forces. And it's just the treaty lists the specific types of weapons that are covered by it. So there are a number of weapons that are not limited by this treaty or any other treaty for that matter. Also in this category, there are weapons that are technically covered by the New START, but these are weapons that would be delivered or that are assigned to long-range bombers. So those weapons are not deployed in a sense that they are not there. They're not attached to their delivery systems. They are not mounted on missiles. They are not. You could, if you think about the image, if there are those Iskander short-range missiles roaming around somewhere in Russia, those don't have nuclear weapons on them. So there are no aircraft sitting on tarmac with nuclear bombs attached.
Briefly explain Iskander. Iskander is?
Iskander is a system that it's a short range up to 500 kilometers, either a ballistic missile or a cruise missile. Yeah. So that's so these weapons are normally they are not deployed, so they are stored in dedicated place, usually a few kilometers, at least a few kilometers away from the airfield, for example. The good thing is that since they are not deployed, we could be reasonably certain that Russia is not preparing them to use them. And in fact, the U.S. intelligence community apparently is watching. You could imagine that, of course, there is a procedure for deploying those weapons, sort of bringing them and attaching them to aircraft and all that. But that procedure would take certain steps. You would need to take those bombs or warheads out of the bunker, load them on trucks, drive them to the place where they could be mated to their delivery.
And the satellites can see all of that.
It could be satellites. It could be, as I say, I mean, you never know. Maybe there is a guy sitting there with binoculars and just watching. These things are known. So I think, and that's in that sense, I think you would all agree that it's good that those weapons are kind of stored and they are not anywhere near their delivery systems. So in that sense, again, we know from, at least from what the United States is telling us, that none of this has changed. So back to your question, how this war affected the posture, and the answer is, well, it didn't really.
Yeah, and so, I was in Ukraine leading up to the war, and I know you, Pavel, and many other people, particularly those who have some faculty with the Russian language, was listening to Putin talk about Ukraine, which was pretty much saying that the country should not exist, talking, and just kind of really speaking about Ukrainians in a very terrible manner, right? And it's something that's been going on for years, and we saw it last summer. Putin wrote some 5,000-word piece, talking about Kiev and Rus, and we're not going to get into the details of all that. That's not important here. But basically, what he was, it was a historical piece talking about the brotherhood between Ukrainians and Russians, and then he vacillates between, well, you just shouldn't exist at all as a state. But, you know, the main thing I'm interested in asking you, Pavel, is that a lot of people in the West thought that Ukraine was going to fold. A lot of people thought that the Russian troops would be viewed as liberators, and that didn't happen. I think people who understand Ukraine knows that that wouldn't happen. But then once the conventional forces, which numbered more than 100,000, invaded Ukraine, the Ukrainian forces performed relatively, incredibly well, all things considered. And then a few days later, there was this threat about the tactical nuke.
I think to begin with, I think it's one lesson that we've learned from this invasion is that it is often difficult to understand what it is that the political leaders think about the world, and it could be a very strange picture of the reality. So, in terms of the threats of nuclear weapons that Russian president made, I think it was, and I think it is important to understand it accurately. Russia never really, the officials at least, never really threatened to use weapons, either strategic or tactical or anything. Precise language was that the Russian president, and then twice, said that if anybody would attempt to intervene in this conflict, in this war, then those who would intervene would face the consequences that they've never seen in their history, which of course was a direct reference to, or indirect reference to nuclear weapons, but note that it was, if you intervene, then we would have to respond. So, and also that was said in the very beginning on the 24th, and then a few days later on the 27th of February, there was this infamous announcement that Russian forces are brought into what was called the higher, it wasn't higher degree of readiness, it was the special mode of combat operations. And again, a lot of ink has been spilled since kind of deciphering that, but the bottom line is, again, so that was not an announcement of readiness to use or a threat to use nuclear weapons. It was really the statement that don't even think about attacking us, about striking us. And well, we've seen that the United States and the West in general were very careful about not doing anything that Russia would interpret as an attack, and so that's where we are until this day.
Yeah, and so now I'm just curious, based on your experience and what in your context inside of Russia. How is Putin, well, not Putin, just generally people in the arms community talking about Russia's nuclear weapons program? Because what we saw, because I'll tell you what I'm hearing in DC and the people other folks that I speak with, is that basically when it comes down to treaties in the future, whether it be New START, whether it be any other treaty, right, or anything that deals with any deductions in their stockpile, any deployments, because their conventional military has relatively underperformed, that Putin, especially who he is right now, this new person that, according to Macron and other officials say that he is because of the COVID isolation and other things, that all of those things are essentially off the table. What do you think about that?
No, I wouldn't be that kind of pessimistic in that regard, because, and there are many reasons for that. One is that certainly, as I understand it, nobody in the Russian leadership actually was thinking that this war will drag for that long. And I mean, it was so now that we all are facing this reality, the question, of course, it's clear that the relationships between Russia and the United States and the West in general are not in a very good shape, to put it mildly. At the same time, if you look at the what the officials were saying about the limits on strategic nuclear arms, sort of the New START and treaties like that. In general, the phrases are that, well, we are still interested and circumstances permitting, we would like to return to, there was this process launched called Strategic Stability Dialogue. Well, circumstances are not very favorable at this moment, but definitely there is interest to keep that process. It has its own kind of problems in the sense that there are difficult issues to resolve, but I think it's not like everything will fall apart. A lot of things have fallen apart, but that part I think that both sides would try to salvage.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. And so, tell me another thing that I'm thinking about is I'm interested about your analysis about how this war in Ukraine has gone, because I think it provides some context for this conversation. A lot of people are interested. I mean, there are obvious differences between Syria and Chechnya, right? Between Ukraine and Syria and Chechnya, but can you tell me what is unique about the invasion of Ukraine in comparison to Russia's military operations in Syria and then the invasion of Chechnya?
Well, that's an interesting question. I guess one difference is that at least in Chechnya or in Syria, at least there was kind of an appearance of a certain kind of a legality of this of the war, because Chechnya was a region of Russia that tried to separate Syria. At least there was a government that asked for help. In Ukraine, you also saw, in fact, which was an attempt to make this legal in a certain, legitimize this operation by recognizing those two eastern Ukrainian statelets and then using that pretext, but that was not a very convincing attempt. So that would be the sort of the legal difference. In terms of other things, well, it's hard to tell. I mean, maybe one thing is that neither in Chechnya nor in Syria nuclear weapons were anywhere close to the conflict. That's,
you know, as I'm listening to you talk about this, you bring a very sober look to it, which I think is what we need, because one of the first things that happens when these conflicts happen is hysteria, and then you have people making, you know, all kinds of wild claims that are not true. I want to go to one of your tweets where basically Pavel engaged a person named Stefan. Actually, the person's name is blank. I'm sorry.
Blank, yeah.
Blank, yeah. The person's name, and I'll read it up so people will understand. Stephen Blank, where he did what he called an interim report on Russia's nuclear strategy and the war in Ukraine, and basically what you discussed, and you'll bring this up, but you talked about, you raised the concerns about propaganda that's guised as analysis, which is important for us because we need to be sure that we're getting the right information. And I'll read your tweet, and his quote is coming from from the person who wrote this report that Pavel critiqued. In quotes, the author said, Russia can go nuclear against conventional strikes that endanger governmental stability, and you responded, no. The doctrine says conventional aggression, that would put in danger the very existence of the state, and then endanger stability and the very existence are not the same, and so on. The only value in this piece is that it collects all kinds of BS claims about Russian nuclear weapons in one place. This, of course, is not to say that there's no problem with Russia's using nuclear rhetoric in this war, but this kind of analysis is unhelpful. But I think that this speaks to a larger conversation about unhelpful versus helpful analysis, and if you can help us break that down.
Yeah, there is, of course, I mean, it was literally something I put together very quickly, so I'm glad that it was noticed. I think one important thing is that, and this is something I've been struggling with, and but I do believe it is important to keep making this point. So, for example, at some point, you may remember, and it's still out there. People started kind of very openly started saying that, oh yeah, Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Russia will use, what else they can do? Russia will use tactical weapons and all that. And on some level, it becomes kind of a, I wouldn't say the self-fulfilling prophecy, but basically by making this point, you almost kind of normalize that, like, this is what you do. This is the situation. While in fact, it is in the Russian military doctrine, and in fact that point was interesting because that point was emphasized by several, pretty much all Russian officials who spoke on the subject. Russian doctrine is very clear that Russia reserves the right to use nuclear weapons if it is attacked by nuclear weapons, or in the case of a conventional aggression, that would put the very existence of the state in danger. So, and I think that is, again, we can argue to what extent this is a kind of a binding doctrine binds, and as one of my colleagues noted, it's not like if the Russian president would order use, the generals would say, oh, no, this is not in the doctrine. And it doesn't work like that. But in effect, it does. Because, and I think it is important to, instead of kind of going around saying, oh, Russia will use tactical weapons, the message should be that, in your own words, you can only use weapons in these circumstances, and these are not these circumstances. So you should not be, you should be bound by what you say. Again, it's not a very strong defense against a force like nuclear weapons, but that's what we have, and we should use that. We should keep that on message, because otherwise it risks becoming the kind of self-fulfilling prophecy.
All right, so we're going down. We've got a little more than 21 minutes left, and so I don't see any questions online so far. So if you're listening online, please do start putting your questions in the queue, because I'm going to moderate this accordingly. And so for those in the audience, again, keep your questions to questions. Keep them very succinct. We want to utilize Pavel's vast knowledge. So let's keep it to the questions as opposed to a comment. And so I want to open up about this possibility of, I want to go to former President Barack Obama. When he entered office, he had, and you know this, he had a really robust goal of a world without nuclear weapons. He was very sincere about it. And obviously, when Obama came into office, Putin was there, and Putin didn't want to play ball. And we know that under Obama, you had the fewest number of reductions in the stockpile of any U.S. president in history, which, you know, I think he's unfairly treated for because much of it wasn't his fault. But people go back to Ronald Reagan, right? And you talk about the, you know, the various treaties that took place during the mid-1980s. But I think many of us who understand the history of this, including yourself, Papa, knows that Gorbachev wanted to play ball, you know, in a way. And we can discuss that, right? We discussed that. But the point is that going back to the question for you is, you know, do you see a place where we can go back to that mid to late 1980s and the early 1990s period where you see these significant reductions? Because as we all know, Russia and the United States have 90% of the world's stockpiles and weapons. And so do you see any, even with Russian President Vladimir Putin, do you see a future that's near in that regard of seeing those significant stockpiles? Because at one point there was upwards of 70,000, close to 80,000 in the world. And so even the 14,000 is a significant drop.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't kind of fixate on the numbers and on the reductions because let me get to that. And back to the 80s, what happened, I would argue that it was Gorbachev who was pushing this. And
who was what?
Gorbachev who was pushing this arms control
I
disarmament,
would agree.
and Reagan just was smart enough to play along.
Yeah, I would agree. That's correct.
But but the thing is that what happened in the 80s was there was a tremendous buildup, and we literally had I think it's 35 or 40,000 nuclear weapons on each side. So that was. And at some point, it was people just kind of stopped and asked, sort of, what's the point of this? And that was we just celebrated the 40th anniversary of the march in Washington. In New York.
New York, yeah.
Central Park, 1 million people marched. And in the Soviet Union, of course, it was different because you couldn't get this kind of a manifestation. But Gorbachev and people around him and including the military, they literally they saw the dangers and they felt the dangers. And it was literally sort of, they asked, so what's the point of that? And then it was just a matter of finding kind of a way to frame it. What was politically kind of feasible at the time was, they basically said, okay, we'll cut all these weapons, the intermediate range missiles, and we will cut the strategic in half. They could have done it, they could have cut 90% of those. Right. It doesn't matter. So the same thing is here.
But why doesn't it matter? I mean, I meant to, why doesn't it matter that?
Because what matters is how do you think about those weapons? Do you think that they have any purpose, or do you really need them? And if so, this is why I think it is a trap in a way to think about. Oh, there is this strategic stability, there is this balance. This guy has 1,000 weapons, and we have 1,500. Or can we reduce without undermining strategic stability? This is all, in fact, irrelevant because none of that matters. What matters is how do you think about weapons? So if you decide that you don't need them, right? Then why does it matter if you have 1,500 of things that you don't need, or 5,000 things that you don't need? It's just you just put them in a bunker and they will be sitting there collecting dust. So that's and I think so. Back to your question, sort of, do we have a prospect for kind of a reduction, or I think we do. I would I would guess it would take a change of leadership in the Kremlin, but maybe not. It is again. We need to arrive to the point where people in the United States and Russia and other countries kind of step back and say, okay, so why are we keeping those weapons? What is? And I think if you think it is entirely possible to arrive to the answer that, well, we don't need them, and so we may as well just get rid of them, or again put them aside somewhere. Yes, it will take form of a new treaty or something, maybe new numbers, but that is not really critical here.
Yeah, I get it, but I just think that so many people, and we're going to close, I'm going to open up the floor. Who wants to ask a question first? Okay, and so I think I saw your hand first, but 1 second, I want to close out by saying, first of all, this has been a great conversation. I've learned a lot. I always learn from you. And again, you bring a sober mind to the conversation. But in regards to the numbers, I have to say, as somebody who covers politics in America, people are fascinated with numbers because they look at weapons like bullets. You have 10,000 bullets, so I need 15,000 bullets. But that's the way people think about it, right? And you can't convince people to think otherwise. And so it have to go back to what Obama said during a 2012 presidential election when he was going against Mitt Romney. And Mitt Romney, I know you know what I'm going to say, he said that we have the fewest number of, I don't know, I think he said destroyers or something like that since World War I. And then Obama said, well, we have fewer horses and bayonets. So he just really kind of, in a very facetious way, talk about that. And I think that touches on your point. But listen, so tell me your name. And yes, you can use a microphone. We don't have one. But anyway, no, speak loudly. You can speak loudly.
Okay. My name is Linda Pence-Gunter with Beyond Nuclear. And I wanted to pick up on your reference to this sort of stoking of fire unnecessarily. You said people were saying, Putin's going to use nuclear weapons. But actually, I think it was included in the US State Department saying this, coming out with, or at least from our government in the US saying this. And so I wondered if that was just sort of reckless, stoking the fire, or is there some strategy behind why the US government would say something so obviously inflammatory that could, as you said, lead to a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy?
Well, thank you. That's a good point. I'm not sure I remember that quote from the State Department. I just it was drowned by the others. I did pay attention to these statements that were coming out of the U.S. administration, that we see no signs of Russia thinking about using nuclear weapons or preparing to use nuclear weapons. So I think that was, and that was, in my view, again, I've been strongly arguing and trying to get this message that the message there should be that when Russia started kind of again, it didn't threaten to use, but kind of put nuclear weapons on the table, the wrong response would have been to put your own kind of nuclear weapons on the table and engage in this kind of a nuclear weapon waving contest. And I think, in fact, the U.S. administration largely did it correctly in a sense that they did send this message that no, we see no sign, we are not going to respond in kind, and that helped delegitimize the presence of nuclear weapons in this conflict. I mean, it wasn't the only factor, but I think it was. You would imagine if the United States would have started kind of bringing its forces on alert, and I mean that could have been pretty bad in terms of escalation. So I think we should give credit to the American politicians here.
Yeah, so I want to clarify some things. I'm literally like producing this at the same time with some of your questions, and so I'm leaning more to Pat would say. I don't want to because I feel like I heard something come from the State Department. It sounds more what Pat would say. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I just want to make that clear. But thank you for asking that question, and thank you for answering. I want to get to a question online which deals with is there any chance of going back to the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty? That was asked by an anonymous.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
That's a good question. The chances are not well. The chances that we'll get another treaty are not very good. But there is a possibility that we could keep the reality of the intermediate range nuclear forces. So the Russian proposal on the moratorium on deployment of these kind of missiles is still technically in force. If the United States refrains, and NATO in general refrains from deploying their own intermediate range missiles in Europe, there is a possibility that it could stay in force. So so it is possible again, because my sense is that Russia is not really keen on deploying those weapons, and it's more complicated. They have sea-based missiles of this kind and all that. So there is a certain value that both sides could get out of keeping that ban on intermediate range missiles alive.
Got you. So say your name and your question.
Mike.
Oh, you have a mic. There you go. Yeah.
Hi, my name's Aslan, and I'm with the Middle East Treaty Organization. And I just wanted to ask a question specifically on countries that hold weapons for the US. That might be under certain constraints for actual denuclearization.
Can you speak louder, please?
Yeah, sure, no worries. So when new leaders come into power in countries that hold weapons for the US, do you think it's possible for them actually to reduce their nuclear weapon arsenal without, freely, or do you think they're constrained to pressures by the US and other nuclear powers to maintain holding the weapons?
You mean the basing the US weapons in Europe?
Yes. So for countries, for leaders that come into ownership of nuclear weapons in countries where they might want to get rid of them, do you think they can actually choose to do that freely, or do you think they're restricted by the US?
Mm-hmm. Do you
kind of get what I mean? Do you think they have the free decision to do that, or are they restricted?
It's complicated. There are certainly, countries that, there are 5 countries that have US nuclear weapons as far as...
And they're on lease, correct?
No. They are, these are US weapons. They are stored and guarded and serviced by US personnel.
Okay.
They are fully under US control. There is an arrangement that it would assumes that in the case of a war, those weapons would be delivered by aircraft that would be piloted by those mostly by those pilots of those states where these weapons are deployed. So it's a nuclear sharing arrangement. I think, again, my take is that there is a lot of politics in this, and basically nobody wants to rock the boat because these weapons play, in my view, zero military role. But they kind of are seen as political, kind of a binding substance. So ideally, and we did some work at UNIDIR a few years ago on zero deployed nuclear weapons in Europe, with the idea that those weapons should be removed again away from their delivery systems as far as possible. Ideally, U.S. weapons would go back to the United States, but you could, if it is so politically difficult, yeah, let's them keep, I mean, if they are in Belgium, for example, let's just move them to some other place in Belgium so they will not be sitting next to the aircraft. So again, my take is that you push weapons away and then you kind of learn to live without them and then you just forget about them and then you kind of, yeah, it's painless to actually remove them. So
that was an excellent question. Thank you. Yes, excellent question. That's a good one. So we have time. We're going to squeeze in two more questions. One online, and we should flip a coin on who gets left. You. Okay, so you'll ask the last one in the audience, but online we have a question of what do you think Russia's response will be to an American unilateral reduction or, and this is wishful thinking, elimination of nuclear weapons, but the unilateral reduction part?
You know, I think it won't be much of a response. In a way, because again, the numbers, they don't matter here very much. And I think, in fact, there was an episode back in 10 years ago now, 2012, when the United States actually suggested, the Obama administration proposed to reduce the numbers from 1,500 to 1,000 weapons in New START, and Russia then refused. I do remember that I even wrote a column in the Bulletin of Atomic Sciences saying that, well, the smart thing to do for the United States would be to do it unilaterally.
Has that happened in the past?
Yeah, pretty. Yeah, I think it's, again, at this point it's interesting, but at this point if you look at the New START and there was a discussion about the extension and all that, it was interesting to see that the arguments for keeping the treaty in force were not really about numbers. They were mostly about the value that the treaty provides a value in terms of transparency, predictability, the notifications, inspections, all of these kind of things, which is, I think, is a correct thing to do. I think that that's, the numbers, they don't matter that much.
That's a good, yeah, I hear you. So last question, say your name and your question, please.
Hi, my name is Julia.
A little louder.
My name is Julia. So I'm sure that you've seen that I guess maybe an older generation of Russians liken this conflict to the Red Army coming in to rescue the Ukrainians. And I was just wondering if you could maybe speak on the political significance of these references to the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
sorry.
Can you repeat your, because I didn't hear you, repeat your.
So I'm sure you've seen that there are a lot of maybe older Russians that sort of liken this conflict to the Red Army coming in to rescue the Ukrainians. And I was just wondering if you would be able to speak on the political significance of these references to the Soviet Union.
Well, I'm not really an expert. I've been living in outside of Russia for quite some time, so it's hard for me to say anything intelligent on the kind of political, how this is seen in Russia. Definitely the kind of people, not all, but most people I interact with, colleagues, they certainly don't support this war. And some not that they support, there is this kind of rally around the flag effect. But in general, I think my totally unscientific observation, but that people are not really enthusiastic about this operation at all. And definitely people are not really enthusiastic about the restoration of the Soviet Union or something like that. These kind of concepts, they exist somewhere. It just happened that they exist in the certain corners of the Kremlin. So there is, I don't think again, to the extent that I can say, I don't think there is kind of this revanchism kind of a mood in Russia at all. People just, yeah, they want to live their lives, and that's pretty much.
Yeah, I'll close up by thanking you so much for taking time, and I know that, and also, you know, sharing your knowledge with the audience, and we have made our time to the T. And so I'm Terrell Starr. My podcast is Black Diplomats, and I'm definitely going to, well, actually, this is being recorded for my podcast.
Oh, all right.
So people will hear your brilliance and your mind. And so thank you all very much for attending, and you all have a good remainder of your day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
have a timer, guys. No, I'll bring it back. I'll bring this one back. Just make people sit down and shut up.
Oh, okay.
You can start off then.
Hi, everyone. Next session is about to start. I think what's left is to get you all hyped up for the MSP that's starting on Tuesday. With us is Tim and Alicia from ICAN, and please have a seat. And a warm welcome to Tim and Alicia. Please give it up for them.
Great. Well, thanks so much, Florian, and everyone for joining. It's been such a great couple days, and now our job is to look into the future and think about what's coming up this week. So I'll just give a brief overview of kind of the key policy issues that we're expecting will be discussed at the first meeting of states parties. Tim will discuss advocacy opportunities, and then we'll open up the floor for questions. If there's time, we can do a little exercise as well. So there's really a lot of different policy issues on the table. There's a draft program of work for the first meeting of states parties that's now online that goes through kind of all the different points that are going to be up for discussion by states, and that hopefully will make their way into a final outcome document. So this is a document that's adopted by the states parties to the treaty that can include specific action plans for how states can take forward the different articles of the treaty and obligations under the treaty. So kicking off the meeting of states parties, there's going to be some procedural steps, and then the launch of the general debate on Tuesday. So this is an opportunity for states and civil society to make general statements, key points on the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons, risks of nuclear use, importance of the treaty. And then after that, there'll be a number of kind of specific policy items related to different articles of the treaty and aspects of the treaty that'll be up for discussion. So first, there'll be a short session on declarations. This is an obligation under Article 2 that states are all in compliance with, just to submit a brief declaration about essentially their nuclear weapons status. The kind of next key item of discussion, that's a really important one, of course, for ICAN, is universality. This is an obligation under Article 12 of the treaty to work to get more countries to join it. After that, there comes deadlines. This is also an obligation under the treaty, under Article 4 of the treaty, to decide on two different sets of deadlines by the first meeting of states parties. One is the deadline for when a nuclear armed state joins the treaty. When do they have to dismantle their nuclear weapons? We recommend, following the advice of scientists and researchers, that they can do that in 10 years with a possible extension. And the second deadline is for removing the nuclear weapons on a host state's territory. And this, again, researchers, scientists have looked into this. They suggest we follow their recommendation. This can be done in 90 days. So this will be a point of discussion, something to decide at the meeting. The next topic is on the competent international authority. This is also in Article 12 of the treaty. And it's the body that will be responsible for verifying nuclear disarmament when nuclear armed state joins the treaty. It's not an action point for this meeting, but something that can be discussed further in the months and years to come. Another key issue will be Articles 6 and 7. And this is, again, a key point, as we've already had a panel on it here at this forum. This is about providing assistance to victims of nuclear weapons use and testing and beginning to take steps to remediate contaminated environments. And so this meeting, I think there'll be discussion and agreement on the kind of framework for implementation of these articles. And, of course, really essential that at every step there is consultation with affected communities in the implementation of these articles. A few more to go through here. So the next discussion item for the meeting of states parties will be national implementation. So this is Article 5 of the treaty, and it's kind of a standard requirement that essentially states take their international obligations under the treaty and implement them into national law. So it's an opportunity for states to talk about how they plan to do that. As advocates, something we could push for is how do states, implement obligations on the prohibition of assistance, opportunities for financial sector advocacy there. And then there are 3 other issues on the agenda for the MSP that aren't specifically tied to articles of the treaty, but are related to taking forward goals and implementation of it. So one is the proposal to establish a scientific advisory board to provide technical advice and support for states parties, as well as to continue research on the humanitarian impacts and risks of nuclear weapons. Another kind of key issue is the intercessional work. So this is kind of how will states meet in between the designated meetings of states parties, which happen once every 2 years, to ensure that there's action being taken forward on all of these other issues. And then finally, there is a point of discussion on complementarity, which, as many of us are familiar with, there's this kind of misnomer that the TPNW perhaps isn't complementary with other international treaties and disarmament instruments. And it's an opportunity for states parties to clearly refute this myth and show it that it is complementary. So that's a very long run through. We have descriptions of all this on our website if you'd like to review. Happy to take questions, but in the meantime, I'll turn it over to Tim to talk about advocacy at the MSP.
Thanks very much, Alicia. I'm Tim Wright. I'm the treaty coordinator for ICAN. Before talking about advocacy at the meeting of states parties, I just want to kind of offer some big picture ideas about what this meeting is. It's such an exciting moment for our campaign. Many of you have been involved in bringing us to this point. As you would recall, the treaty was adopted in 2017. We've been working progressively to bring more and more countries on board. We finally reached the 50 ratification threshold back in October of 2020, and then the treaty entered into force last January, and that's what's resulted in this first meeting of states parties being scheduled. So this is really the moment when the treaty comes alive. Obviously, countries are already bound by the treaty. They've already been working to implement it. But what we're hoping to get out of this treaty, this meeting rather, is a very clear action plan on how we can make the treaty stronger and more effective through its full implementation, but more importantly through its universalisation, because I think that the big challenge we face at the moment is not that the countries that have joined it aren't implementing their obligations. The big challenge is that not enough countries have adhered to it yet. And we really need to work for a majority of countries to be signed up, and then keep getting more and more until we reach our goal, which is written into the treaty, into Article 12 of the treaty, and that goal is universal adherence. Every last country in the world needs to come on board this treaty in order to get to our ultimate objective of a nuclear weapon-free world. There's huge interest in this meeting. That interest comes partly because of the very dire circumstances that we find ourselves in with the threat of nuclear war looming large once again. I think that for many people of younger generations, the threats to use nuclear weapons that were made by the Russian president were perhaps the first time that many people here in Europe have thought about the possibility of a nuclear war and what that would look like. And so I think there are high expectations that the international community take steps forward here in Vienna this week. And it's a huge burden for us as a campaign to be able to really move things forward and make sure that this treaty, which we've been saying is a tool for moving us towards nuclear disarmament, we need to make sure that that actually happens. The objective wasn't the treaty in itself. We've always been clear that it's something that helps us to get to our goal. When the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs, I was chatting to a friend from the UN last night who said that they were anticipating about 400 people to attend the meeting this week, and they've had more than 1,200 people register. So the security at the venue are very unhappy about that. It's caused major logistical problems, but it's a great problem to have because it shows that there is that high level of interest in what's happening here. And there's been a lot of media commentary in some countries about the importance of this meeting, and we as campaigners need to make sure that this is reaching people beyond those who are here in Vienna this week. I think we currently have more than 80 countries registered to participate, so it's not just the states parties, but as you know, many observers. The observers that I think we've spoken most about so far are the ones that are somewhat hesitant about joining the treaty, but there are also other observers that just haven't managed to finish their ratification processes. And the fact that we've got all of those extra countries coming along to this meeting suggests that we're going to see more ratifications in the near future. So what are we planning to do this week? We have, as you can see, a large number of campaigners who are going to be present at the meeting. Many of our campaigners are from Europe because it's much easier for Europeans to travel to a meeting like this. But we have been able to ensure that campaigners from all around the world have been able to travel here despite the challenges. I think a couple of other speakers have mentioned the visa challenges that have existed, but also the financial challenges of bringing people from different parts of the world. But we are pleased to have a good-sized campaign team from the Pacific and a number of Latin American campaigners, African campaigners, and what we really want to do at this meeting is make sure that we, as ICAN, are speaking to every single delegation, that they have our advocacy points, and that they are really energised by this meeting. And for those that haven't yet joined the treaty, we need to work really hard at convincing them to follow through with their commitments to become states parties. So I don't know whether we want to talk about kind of like how we go about advocacy. I guess I could share a few kind of basic tips. I think that one of the important things to consider is who else is here from ICAN, and if you're approaching your own government, think about what other campaigners here are from your country, and then you could try to coordinate that and make sure that you're sharing information with each other. If you're approaching a government of a country that's not your country, it would be wise to inquire as to whether there are campaigners from that country present, and to coordinate with them before you do that. I think that these are the kinds of things that we should consider as good campaigners, as effective campaigners, and as we don't want to be treading on each other's feet. So let's make sure that we're courteous to our fellow campaigners, and it just ensures that we're able to achieve our aims much more effectively. So we'll be monitoring all of the debates very closely, keeping records of what every country commits to in their statements. We'll be keeping records of what all of the diplomats tell us privately about what their intentions are moving forward, and making sure that we can follow up. And that's one of the biggest, one of the most important aspects of this kind of advocacy, is making sure that it doesn't stop here in Vienna this week, that we build on what is discussed and make sure that these government officials go home and put into action what they've said that they'll do. So I think I'll either hand back to you or hand over to the audience. Hand back to you.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, we can open up the floor, maybe take some questions. We have one already on Slido, so maybe we can take that while you all think of if you have any questions for us. So yes, the question that we have so far is how are the observer states allowed to participate in the MSP? So I can take a crack at that. Basically, the kind of the roles and what states can do at the meeting is determined by the rules of procedure. And this is something that's been provisionally adopted and on the UN website, same place where you can see this draft program of work and agenda that I was going through earlier. There's also information about, the provisional rules of procedure. And so basically, observer states, the one thing they're not allowed to do is to vote. And I think it's important, something Tim mentioned, to just keep in mind as well when we talk about observer states. It also includes like signatory states that haven't become states parties. So it's a considerable category of states. But they're allowed to speak and to submit documents and do all of this. But the main thing is just they can't vote on the final or participate in decision making, basically. So that's kind of the role there.
So I might just add that countries were encouraged to register for the MSP last week at the latest, but it is possible just to show up. So if your country hasn't yet registered and you really want your country to be there, don't give up. It's not too late. We had a few countries confirmed just yesterday. There are now 4 NATO states, I believe, that have said that they'll be there. And this is really an important step forward. Of course, observing the treaty is not our objective. We don't want countries just to show up and not actually be bound by the treaty, but I think we can see it as a step towards that end, and it's really reinforcing the importance of the treaty in a way that some of these states weren't willing to do back in 2017 when the treaty was negotiated. We had just one state participate, one NATO state participate in the negotiations, the Netherlands, and it voted against the adoption of the treaty. And so the fact that 4 are participating this week shows that views on the treaty have shifted over time. So we've got Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium and Norway that have committed. We also have Australia, which is not a NATO state, but which, like the NATO states, claims to be protected by nuclear weapons. We hope that there's at least one other NATO state that will confirm in the coming days, but we would be interested to hear from you as to whether you think that your country might be able to commit if it's one of those other NATO states that hasn't yet agreed. Of course, we want them to say positive things about the treaty, not just come up and use their usual talking points that NATO has come up with. So we've got a second question, but if there's any questions from the audience, we've got a microphone over here. There must be questions. This is a big and complicated meeting that's happening. Everyone's on top of every aspect of the meeting of states parties. We're not. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm Tariq Rauf, formerly from the IEA. Hi, Alicia.
Hello.
I was at a closed NPT meeting recently, and UK ambassador to the Conference on Disarmament, to my surprise, said that the nuclear weapon states should stop their aggression against the TPNW. So I thought that was a useful statement being made by one nuclear weapon state, and I hope the others would follow the UK's lead, and if they do show up tomorrow at the humanitarian conference, I hope that they'll have more positive things to say than in the past. Thank you. I don't want to name him, but the ambassador in Geneva to the Conference on Disarmament.
We can probably take another question, unless you want to say something, Tim.
Thank you. My name is Peter Emmerle from International Fellowship of Reconciliation Austria. So in regard to Austria, there is not so much to do, I think, anymore. But what I would like to ask is, for those who are ICAN partners or interested in the issue and active on the issue, do you have any specific ideas or proposals during the days of the conference? What would be most useful to try to do or to achieve in regard to, in my case, other countries?
Well, I think, the Austrian example is one that needs to be shared, particularly with other European countries. Austria and Ireland are two countries in Europe that have adopted a very different position on this treaty than most other European countries. I think we've got 3 other European states parties, the Holy See, San Marino and Malta. And it's no coincidence that those are countries that aren't part of NATO, because NATO has adopted as a whole a very hostile position on the treaty. But I hope we are seeing a shift. Tariq Rauf mentioned the slight change in the UK position, perhaps. I know that the US, under the current administration, has said that it's also not following the same hostile approach that the Trump administration adopted towards the treaty, and that they're not discouraging countries from joining. I don't know how true that is behind the scenes. I think there's still a lot of pressure, particularly on allies. But we're also hearing about pressure that continues to exist in many of the African states that we're working with to try to get them on board the treaty. They're saying that many of our major donor countries aren't supportive, and that's influencing their decisions. But I hope that more countries will learn from Austria's approach to this issue, and that Austria's security is enhanced by disarmament, just as every country's security is enhanced by disarmament. And the threats that we've seen in recent months should be evidence of that. And it would be very unfortunate if those threats lead to a greater belief in deterrence theory rather than a greater effort to achieve nuclear disarmament.
Yeah, great. We have a number of questions on the iPad. Maybe we can take a few of those. So I think Tim addressed perhaps this question. If you want to speak more, let me know. How have the nuclear weapon states pressured states not to participate in the meeting of states parties? But maybe we can take a couple more. I guess one, some of these questions, yes, of course, relate to observer NATO states. I know we have a lot of campaigners there, so maybe we can take a few and address those. So one is, do you have insight into what was the calculus that led those NATO states to participate? What can we learn from this for other states? Another is, you've mentioned NATO state observer progress, but what is ICAN doing to convince other nuclear weapon states to observe or sign the treaty. And then one more, we take them together. What would be the best interventions from the reluctant observants? What do you hope them to say? So maybe I'll start off just with that last one. So yeah, I mean, I think there should be hopefully common points that states can engage on and speak positively during the meeting. I've kind of run through a number of the different agenda items. But I think, even if states are able to speak about the humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons and the risks of nuclear weapons use and share kind of those common concerns with other states' parties, either in the general debate or in other sections, that could be very positive. Another area for possible engagement is on Articles 6 and 7 on victim assistance and environmental remediation. And I bring this up because partially, the basis of these articles, as you might have heard already in this conference, comes from previous disarmament treaties on landmines and cluster munitions that actually many NATO states have joined. So they have kind of this common experience and commitment to providing assistance for victims of weapons harm and kind of this human rights and humanitarian basis for addressing these weapons. So, it should be a point that they might be able to engage on further and speak positively about. So I think looking for, yes, areas where states might be able to speak positively, whether that's about humanitarian consequences, victim assistance, helpful to encourage them to do so. And we have some kind of resources and briefing papers on the ICAN website actually about Articles 6 and 7 and non-state party engagement there. So feel free to take a look at that if you're interested. And then, yeah, Tim, I don't know if you want to address any of those questions as well.
Yeah, the question about what prompted the countries to decide to observe, I'll focus on the 5 that I mentioned, the 4 NATO states and Australia that claim protection from nuclear weapons, because these are the most significant observers in the sense that their policies are very much not in line with the treaty. In all cases, I think it was largely the result of ICAN advocacy or the work of ICAN's partner organisations in these countries. That's why the governments are participating. And we saw a huge effort by ICAN in Norway to get their new government to commit. That wasn't done after the government was formed, it was done before. There was a lot of work to ensure that the Norwegian Labour Party adopted a progressive position on the treaty, and some of the other smaller parties in Norway, including those that are part of the governing coalition. They've run a really impressive campaign, and Norway was the first of the NATO states that committed to attend as an observer. We've seen similarly impressive campaigning in Germany, and again, this was the result of a broad civil society movement that really put pressure on politicians and the political parties to commit to this. And the commitment to attend the MSP was written into the coalition agreement. With the Netherlands, we had a vote in the Dutch Parliament just last week. This is something that PAX, one of our main partner organisations in the Netherlands, had pushed for. And they had tried a few times. This actually wasn't the first vote on the question of the Netherlands' participation. I think it was the third vote, and the first 2 were unsuccessful. And they kept at it, and they got a majority. And once they had achieved that majority, the Foreign Ministry said, well, we have to act on what the Parliament has told us to do. And so the Netherlands will be here. And in Belgium, it was similarly the result of some really impressive work by our Belgian campaigners, not just in recent months, but going back to the time of the coalition talks, where the coalition agreement, made a commitment around supporting the TPNW. So I think we should be tremendously proud of the shifts that we've created in those countries. My own country, Australia, we had a conservative government for 9 years. It was awful. We now have a progressive government, and we worked so hard to speak with every single politician in the Labor Party over many years about the importance of this treaty. We got them to sign on to the pledge. We've got over 100 parliamentarians on the pledge. We worked to get the Labor Party to entrench the treaty commitment into their national platform, and we got all of the trade unions that are associated with the Labor Party to support the treaty. We built a grassroots movement where we had survivors of nuclear testing telling their stories around the country, getting their messages out through the media, and all of this shifted the public narrative and made it really clear that the Labor Party needed to act. And then the Labor Party won government a few weeks ago, and we got that commitment from the party to come here, the government to come here, and we hope that they'll follow through with signature and ratification. So this is how change is made. It's not simply, it rarely is just politicians deciding for themselves that this is a good thing to do. It's because we as campaigners have really built that movement and created that pressure for them to move forward. And there was a question about what these observer states can do. Ideally, we want them to come here and make a commitment to become states parties. This should be seen as a step towards that objective. We don't want a situation where observing the TPNW is seen as a comfortable compromise position. I think as campaigners, we really need to keep up that pressure. There'll be some countries that are really wanting to just observe. And we've seen Sweden refer to itself as a TPNW observer. There's no such thing as a TPNW observer. They're observing the meeting of states parties. Once the meeting is over, they're nothing. So, they can decide to observe the next one, but let's not allow that kind of status to become entrenched, because it's not an acceptable position. It doesn't make them moderate and sensible. It puts them, they're fence sitters. They're fence sitters on an issue about the security of humanity. And this is an issue that we shouldn't tolerate any kind of fence sitting on. We need these countries to side with humanity. What could they say short of committing to join the treaty? I think we want them to at least say that they're committed to the objectives of the treaty, that they share the goal of TPNW states parties to achieve a world without nuclear weapons. I think we want them to say that they recognise the treaty as an important and good faith contribution by a large number of states to move nuclear disarmament forward. And importantly, I think we also want them to say that they recognise the TPNW as something which is complementary to other treaties, in particular the Non-Proliferation Treaty. So those kinds of positive messages could be a constructive contribution to the debate, short of committing to joining the treaty. And Alicia also mentioned, of course, commitments to supporting victims of the use and testing of nuclear weapons. That's something a state can and should do, regardless of whether it's willing to join.
We have a number of other questions online. Maybe we can take a couple in the room first and then try to see what else we can get through from Slido. Yeah, I see there's someone right there.
I'm Regina Hagen from Germany. I attended many NPT conferences, so I'm somewhat familiar with the logistical setups of such conferences. I know that at least from Germany, many activists attend a formal conference for the first time, a state conference, or even something like the humanitarian conference. But specifically for the MSP, can you give any information? Do you have that information of the sort of rooms set up? Where will the NGOs sit? Will they be able to approach the diplomats? Or I know that sometimes in some countries at UN conferences, we were sort of not able to actually approach the government officials. Things like that. I guess you know the settings well of these conferences. Maybe you can elaborate a little on this for people who go there for the first time, and for me also.
I mean, it'll be my first time in the Austria Center, so perhaps Tim can speak a bit more to kind of the setup of the room. But just to say, I mean, I think that this will be a very inclusive meeting for civil society. This has been a really key point for ICAN as civil society coordinator of this meeting to ensure that civil society is given essentially the same speaking rights to be able to address each agenda item and prepare remarks and deliver them to the conference and to be included in the meetings of the conference. So just to say kind of in terms of the rules of procedure, I think it's very inclusive. In terms of the layout of the room, perhaps I'll see if Tim knows more about that.
It's quite a big room. There will also be an NGO room where a number of meetings will be taking place. I think those are on our website. Is that right? On the UN website, sorry. And that website also lists the exhibitions that will be held during the MSP. So I would encourage you all to check those out. I think that everyone should be encouraged to approach governments, particularly your own governments. That's really important to let them know that you're here, that you're listening to what they're saying, that you have views on what they should say. It's often difficult to have proper conversations while the meeting itself is taking place. If the room is too noisy, you'll be asked not to have those conversations. But I think that given it's a 3-day meeting, there should be opportunities for you to have a proper sit-down meeting with your country. I think you should approach them at their desk and say that you would like that opportunity to exchange views. They're here representing you. That's, they're accountable to the people, so that's a perfectly reasonable expectation that they should sit down and listen to what we have to say.
Great. Yeah, maybe we can try to address some of these other questions here. So I think there's, a few more, I guess, questions about this, as Tim has said, kind of misnomer of observer state, the nothing states after this meeting, including just a technical question about if they contribute to the budget of organizing the MSP, which is yes, all countries that attend a meeting have to contribute according to the UN scale of assessments, essentially. Then let's a few, I guess, more questions kind of related to advocacy. So, for example, who are ICAN's most important partners in promoting the TPNW? Where can we find external resources to emphasize broad civil society support beyond ICAN? And maybe we can take one more with that. Perhaps, how do we help the states outside of Europe engage at one MSP and in the future? It is an effective argument that the majority of, for example, Africa and other regions do not accept nuclear weapons, so we need to ensure such regions have successful participation. Great, I don't know if you want to start off, Tim. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, sorry. Flickering moment. Yeah, so I think ICAN works with a number of I guess partners beyond just our own campaign, which is incredibly powerful in and of itself, and a broad network of campaigners. But we work very closely, for example, with the International Committee on the Red Cross, which will be attending the conference and speaking as well, and which has chapters in a number of different countries that Tim works very close, and others on the team work very closely with on universalization. I think we also work very closely with scientific, academic communities. A number of them will also be at the meeting of states parties that contribute research, might contribute to this scientific and technical advisory boards. And then I think there's, of course, just the amazing breadth and diversity of partners within ICAN, from faith-based communities, medical communities, of course, affected communities. That are really, powerful in taking forward the message. In terms of, I guess, external resources, again, I would, I guess, point first to our website. There's just a lot of information about the meeting and different points there, if you want to check those out. Yeah, and then maybe I'll leave the other question to you, Tim.
Maybe we'll hand over to the floor again if there are further questions. We've got, I think, 5 more minutes. There's a question there and one at the front.
Yes, I'm Inga Blum from Germany. I'm wondering, are there any concrete ideas of what we could suggest to them regarding the victims' remediant and their contribution to verification?
I think money would be a great thing. So, our big problem at the moment is that there's a lot of discussion about victim assistance, what it might look like, how it could be effective, but no countries yet have committed serious resources to make it happen. And as Alicia said, it's something that a country could do, whether or not it is a state party to the treaty. There are discussions about establishing a UN fund that states could contribute to, that could be used for this purpose. That fund could help the UN development program, for example, to make a needs assessment, work out who around the world requires this kind of assistance. And this kind of program can be an incentive for countries to join the treaty. I think there are some countries that are making a kind of calculation as to whether it's in their interests to become states parties based on what kind of money might be available for victim assistance. And this is a big issue in particular with the Marshall Islands, where there's the legacy of US nuclear tests. There's a question about how much the United States might be willing to contribute, whether the United States would stop providing that contribution if the Marshall Islands were to join the treaty. So I think it's really important that we can show countries like the Marshall Islands that there are resources available through this treaty, that this isn't just a theoretical conversation that we're having on victim assistance, but that this is a proper, fully fledged aspect of this treaty.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I think starting out certainly with financial, and also, there are other steps as well that can be taken, drawing from experience, implementing victim assistance in other treaties, or even looking at providing any data that countries might have on the spread of radiation, for example, from nuclear testing. There's, I think, a lot of different ways to contribute, but I would also absolutely start out with financial contributions, yeah.
I think we've got a question here and at the back.
Just a short one. Who finally represents Germany at the MSP?
There was a list published yesterday on the website of the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs, and that's a provisional list of participants. So you'll see all of the names for Germany. Some of the countries that have registered within the last 2 days aren't on that list yet. But we can look into whether those names are available elsewhere, but certainly Germany has a list of participants there. There might be a German campaigner who could share that with you and who would know. Great, thanks, Regina. I think it's Jens up the back.
Hi, I'm Jens Peterson from the United Nations Association of Sweden. Tim, you said before that it would be polite if we told the CSOs of other countries if we approached their governmental delegations. But how do I know what civil society organizations here are from a certain country?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I think that if you approached a member of the staff team, we would probably be able to tell you. There is a list of the NGOs that are registered, although that might be a bit difficult to decipher, whether you'll be able to work out which country the people are from. So I would encourage you to approach me or Alicia or Daniel on the staff team. We should be able to tell you. I think we're out of time, but if was that another question at the back, maybe our last question?
Thank you. John LaForge, Nuke Watch in the US. There was a hint that the new Biden administration might be less hostile than the previous to the treaty, but it was reported in the state's papers that Biden had urged, after Japan hinted it might observe the MSP, Biden urged Japan not to act as observers. I'd like to know if Japan is here as an observer or will be. Thank you.
They're not registered, and they've publicly stated that they don't intend to participate. I don't know whether there's the possibility that that would be reversed, that position. I think that there's strong reluctance from some members of the Japanese government that goes beyond just pressure that they might have received from the United States, but that's certainly concerning if the US has indeed pressured Japan not to participate. We've got quite a large number of Japanese colleagues here. I don't know whether they're in the room with us now, but I would encourage you to talk to Akira Kawasaki and others about that issue. Maybe we'll just make some concluding remarks. I hope, sorry, okay, no? Okay. Yes, please do.
Yeah, as you encouraged us to share the Austrian example, I just wanted to say that today in the evening, Austrian Peace Movement and International Peace Bureau and WILPF are doing a separate event which is a bit broader than only nuclear weapons, on peace, environment and climate in the ÖGB Catamaran. There is folders lying out everywhere, so if someone is interested, please have a look at it. It will start at 6 o'clock in this evening. Thank you.
Thanks for that announcement, and thank you everyone for coming along, and it's going to be really great to work with you all this week to, as I said at the start, bring this treaty to life and to come up with the action plan to make sure that it achieves its objectives. It's a huge, huge task that we have ahead of us, but we now have such an important tool to get towards the goal of a nuclear weapon-free world. And this is a really historic moment. This is the first meeting of the parties to the global ban on nuclear weapons. And with everything that has happened over the past few years, with COVID preventing us from meeting, and with the the situation in Europe with this threat of nuclear weapons being used, I think it's such an important meeting, it's such an important opportunity for us to really change course and inject urgency into this and get people focusing on solutions instead of just throwing their arms up in the air in despair and giving in to fear. We need to overcome that.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Just to say, I mean, it's been such a great time to come together as a community here, and now we can take that energy to the UN next week. Looking forward to doing that with you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.